Once you start talking. Your time will start once you start talking. I'm going to share your slides now. Please, Dr. Yusuf, can you enable me to share the slides, please? Just a minute. Yeah, found it.
Just look at that, please.
Just a minute.
Okay.
All right, your time starts when you start speaking. So,
Okay. In a world where it is impossible for us to break the law, leaving us with an option of breaking ourselves against the law, yet the quest for self-development and happiness increased greatly. We can't but help to change our perspective first before changing ourselves. In other words, to change ourselves effectively, we need to first change our perception. Good day, everyone. I am Ceci Zinsu from Team Pacesetters. With me here are my teammates, Rita, Antonia, and Favor. Together as a team, we'll be reviewing a wonderful book titled 7 Habits of an Highly Effective Person, a basic principle for effectiveness by Stephen Covey. Next slide, ma'am. The next slide, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Based on Stephen's research, he said most book has been written mostly based on personal ethics, which talks on our public image, social interaction, and appearance. Personality ethics focus more on how to appear rather than how to actually be, like the character ethics, which Stephen says is the basis for success and happiness. Next slide, ma'am. Personality ethics is a technique used by people to get things the wrong way, which can actually be faked. But in life, to get full greatness, personality ethics needs to be rooted in character ethics. It's character ethics, it cannot be faked. It's the real you. Next slide, ma'am. So quickly, we'll be looking at the habits that Stephen Covey gave to us. The first habit is be active. The second one, be with us. Begin with the end in mind. Number 3, put first thing first. Number 4, think win-win. Number 5, understand first first understand, then to be understood. Number 6, synergy. Number 7, sharpening the sword. We are what we do repeatedly. Therefore, excellence is not an act, but an habit. Habit 1, let's dive in. Be proactive. This is the first and the most fundamental habit of an effective person. In this place, Stephen asks us to picture 2 cycles in our mind: a cycle of concern and a cycle of influence. A cycle of concern is one that is out of our control, like the weather, the politics, the economy, and other things. While a cycle of control, of influence, is the one within our control, our habits, where we study, who we spend our time with, and so on. But to live life, you can either be a reactive person or a proactive person. A reactive person is someone who complains about everything that is out of his control, while he does not take responsibility for those that are within his control. While a proactive person is someone who takes responsibility and find out that most of the decisions he makes in life determines their life and not their condition. Now, we could use example of 2 students who failed their exam. A reactive person will complain and even blame the teachers for failing them. While a proactive person will see it as an opportunity to do better, will say, oh, I can do better than this, and take failure as a challenge. The next slide, please. So be proactive. Habit 2, begin with the end in mind. In life, all things are created twice, one in your mind and the other one in the reality. Through imagination, we can virtualize the uncreated world of the potentials that lies within us. In this place, Stephen asks us to think again. What do you want in life as a human being? Where do you want to be in 5, 10, or 20 years to come? If you don't have an answer to this question, you'll be walking at the whims of everyone. Stephen now said again that we should imagine your funeral in the future. What do you want people to remember you for? Why do you want them to remember you? Make sure you have a strong why to these answers so that when you have these answers, you can start working towards your purpose. Stephen says, rather than complaining that life has nothing to give you, you ask yourself, what do I have life to give? What do I have to give life? It says, if you don't decide for yourself where you want to be, other people are going to decide that for you. To move on with this habit, Stephen gave us a personal statement as simple as that of Will Smith. The previous slide, ma. As simple as that of Will Smith, which says, I want the world to be better because I was here. Now, I'm going to hand over the mic to my teammates to take us on the third habit.
Thank you very much, Cecily. Now to habit 3, which says put first things first. This habit 3 in this book encourages you to ask yourself these questions. What are the most important things to me? It could be your studies, your health, your job, or your spouse. You have to check what you spend most of your time doing. Do you spend them on things that are most important? If so, then it means that you are saying no to things you should not do and things that waste your time. In life, we have to brainstorm some things that you do that waste a lot of your time. Sometimes these things are fun and relaxing. However, if you do them more than required, they may get in the way of the important things that you need to do. These things could be watching movies, checking Facebook and Twitter contents, checking WhatsApp messages, and watching status like we all do. You need to prioritize the most important things in your life and minimize how often you do those things that are not important. Imagine coming back from school as a student and having a lot of assignments to do and submit the next day. But instead of eating, relaxing, and doing these assignments, you rather eat, play, watch movies, and do other things that are not important. You wake up the next day feeling devastated, and you prepare late and rush to class. This does not really depict the life of a good student that will succeed in life. As a student, you have to always put first things first. One needs to set priorities. From the slide we had there are things you need to prioritize, which are on the left hand side, and things you don't need to give much attention to. On Hence, there are things you don't need to give much attention to. One needs to set priorities. You need to make schedules and follow your plan in order to be organized. Otherwise, you end up in a vicious circle of not getting things done on time and wasting most of your time. Remember, my audience, time waits for no one. Stephen Covey in this habit um, expects us or admonishes us to program our lives, as programming your life makes things easier for you. In doing this, Stephen Covey developed a cool word chart, which is at the middle here, which helps you to, prioritize things and categorize things by urgency and importance. For important and urgent things like deadline driven projects, you do them immediately. For important but not urgent matters like recreation, you can plan them. Then for not important but urgent situations like interruptions or meetings, you might try to delegate them. Then for not important and not urgent matters like time wasters, such as the times we spend on Facebook and Twitter, then WhatsApp, you can limit or avoid them. Now, these first 3 habits we've discussed, being proactive, beginning with an end in mind, and putting first things first, helps us to move from being dependent to being independent. In the sense that it helps us to be effective as an individual by developing inner strength, purpose, character, and values. The next 3 habits by Stephen Covey that will be presenting to you teaches you how to move from being independent to being interdependent, which links you to others. Here you think about mentality, team mentality, just like in this Daytopia family that will work as a team. Here you also consider marriage and family. Let's move over to habit 4, which talks about think win-win. Most of us think that life is like a zero-sum game. Like we're taught in economics that zero-sum game is a game involving two individuals where exactly one gains, the other loses exactly what the other gains, like exactly the same thing. However, this is not what life is. We also think some situation that life is a lose-lose situation where both individual loses out completely. Here we see two individuals dragging money, but if they should come together to share this money, they will win. But rather, they will drag it and tear it, and it loses its value. In some cases, we think that life is also a win situation where you just get what you want without getting in the ways of others or providing values to others. However, Stephen Covey makes us to understand in this book that we have to understand that in life there is abundance. We share knowledge, gain, and profit. We don't need to crush each other in order to get what we want. Just okay, just like we can see in the slide here, two goes going different ways to get what they want and they couldn't get it. That is a lose-lose situation. But coming together to go in the same direction, linking what both of them want gives them a win-win situation. My dear audience, in order to think win-win, you have to be confident in yourself and be happy to see others succeed. Let's hold on as Ceci takes us on the remaining two habits for interdependence. Ceci.
Thank you. Next slide. Habit 5. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. For you to understand someone, you have to first listen to them. Says COVID. Says COVID. It said if you want to improve on your interpersonal relation, while you take your time to learn how to read, write, and speak, give some focus to your skills of listening. So before you judge or contribute to any situation, listen to them first. Stephen says, for you to understand life and be interdependent, you have to learn a skill of emphatic listening, and which is the highest skill in the list type of listening that we have. The emphatic listening helps you to picture life the way people picture it and help you to feel the way they feel. Example, when someone comes to you and say, oh, I don't like my job, it's doing this, it's doing that. Instead of complaining that, oh, you're so lazy, this, that, just give them, oh, maybe the workload is much. How do you feel with your job? Try to feel the way they are feeling before giving an answer. With this, you get a full picture of the reality and be interdependent. I'd like to move to the next slide, habit 6, which is synergy. The idea behind synergy is that we have different people, different ideas, and different opinions and different strengths on the same table. Synergy means balancing mental, emotional, and psychological differences between groups of people. Do you know? Synergy means bringing about an individual youth and telling them to work together to create something amazing and bigger. Like we can see in the slide there, where the CEO and his teammates are making some arrangements. With synergy, two can become one. Two people can make something amazing. Like my team, my wonderful team. With the synergy amongst us, it makes presentation wonderful and helps us to be able to present every Saturday. And you can also see an example of the human body. Each part of the body have different functions, but coming together, they form a whole you. So now, I would like to hand over to Rita, to Tonya, to help us with the last part of this presentation. Tonya. Okay, I'll continue.
Okay, let me continue. The habit 7 talks about sharpening the saw. This habit, according to the author, that is Stephen Covey, is called the principle of balanced self-renewal. The only way you can keep up with the other habits, which we have already discussed, is by constantly sharpening the saw. Sometimes you might just feel as a student, you might just feel like you you can't do it anymore. This feeling is very natural. However, each time you feel this way, in this book, Stephen Covey advised you to stop, re-strategize, and sharpen your saw. There is this story I would like to share with us. Like in our house, we have this blender that like is almost 10 years now. This blender is still very much clean and well. However, a few days ago, I noticed something about it. It doesn't blend stuff until smooth. Everything put into it comes out raw and rough. Guess what I did? I was just whining and about everything. But later on when I sharpened this the blades we are sharpened, it started functioning well again. This can be applied to human being as well. The duller the blade, the greater effort that is required to keep sawing. As the blade gets blunt, stop and sharpen it, then take off again. As humans, you cannot keep working and neglect your well-being and personal growth. You need to deliberately hone your personal development by taking vital steps to renew and recharge your energy. Because to deal with life, you need a really sharpened saw. That is why, according to Stevie Covey, there are four dimensions of renewal that you need to take care of. One, from this, like, I can see physical dimension. It was after I finished reading this book that I realized that, like, why this author made physical renewal the first dimension. It is really important to take good care of yourself, because if you are not fine, that will be a hindrance to your productivity in any aspect of life. There is no doubt about it. You must ensure your body has the health and nutrients it needs to tackle life demands. You need to exercise regularly, eat healthy foods, and get enough sleep. This is how you renew your physical self. Then we have the spiritual dimension. According to the author, this dimension is your core, your main core, your center, and your commitment to your value system. You must constantly renew this dimension and cultivate a sense of purpose in life. Some of the things you could engage in to renew this dimension involves prayer, like most of us go to church, meditation, self-reflection, and so on. Taking time to nurse your spiritual health make you more balanced, compassionate, and effective. Then we have number three, which is the mental dimension. Just as, like, you constantly feed your stomach with food continually, you need to feed your mind too. There's no better way to expand your mind on a regular basis than to get into the habit of reading books. Like, you need to read books. Reading wide can expand your paradigm and sharpen your mental soul. Mental renewal is crucial for maintaining a positive outlook and staying sharp in the ever-changing world, just like we are doing here in Daytopia. Then the fourth dimension is the social or emotional dimension. Here, humans are social and emotional beings. You must take care of your health in these areas by reflecting on your emotions and relationships. Spend time with your loved ones, hang out with friends, and most importantly, distance yourself toxic from toxic people. My development and renewal of all these four dimensions is a wise and balanced way. In a wise and balanced way, is very necessary. Any dimension that is neglected, believe me, we create negative force resistance that pushes against effectiveness and growth. Hence, in conclusion, we have these few recommendations that will help you to grow in your journey of self improvement. One, we have list the renewal activities that you enjoy and sort them according to the dimension stated. You have to make it a goal to carry out a renewal activity from each dimension per week. Like, you have to set your schedule and do it rightly. Then, secondly, you have to identify the essential areas of renewal for your personality. Some of you who are extroverted might need to focus more on social renewal to improve your relationship with people. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with this. Start small and focus on one habit at a time. With consistency and effort, you will see a big difference in your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma, we are done.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm trying to stop sharing. Apparently, it's not. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Just on time, just exactly on time. So I can see that you guys actually you did some rehearsals and fitting your presentation into the right time. I'm going to call on the judges to give you feedback, but can I just say this, that Rita, you owned that presentation. It's very obvious that you read the book and you knew what you were saying. And I like the fact that you were also able to bring your personal life perspectives as an example in this as well. However,
Thank you, ma'am.
however, the only thing I would say again is, I think I always say this, and this is not to judge anybody or anything. Please, let's just be conscious of our personal intonations as we pronounce some words. like I said, we are from different places in Nigeria, and then we have some ways that we pronounce our words, but we just need to, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
No, after you.
Sorry, what did you say?
After you.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. You can, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just wanted to pass the comments as well. Well done to Team Paysetters. This is a really good presentation. I enjoyed it personally. First of all, I would like to commend you on the choice of book. It's a really good book. I love the book, and seeing it here being presented as well, and the fact that you structured your I think it's a very easy book to present because it's well structured already. So you have the 7 habits and you delved into those 7 habits very well. And the fact that you were able to, I think Dr. Jumi or Dr. Adejumoke already said it, you were able to include personal experiences. So it's not about just reading a book and then, that's what Daytopia is about. We're trying to bridge the gap between theoretical understanding, and you actually implementing what you've learned. So you've been able to say, okay, this is what the book said, this is what Steven said, and this is how it applies to my life. It is something I really applaud. Well done to you guys. I like the slides. It's simplified and it's straight to the point. There's no need for any extra things. I think you put everything needed, which is good. Very simple. I love it. It's just that, like Dr. Ejumoke said, I noted some wrong pronunciation, like stomach, status, and so it's just something you need to be aware of. Right. But generally, you portrayed a really good understanding of the book. Well done to Rita and Ceci. Two of you, unfortunately, we couldn't hear
Antonia, yeah.
Yeah, but two of you really did good. The confidence was there, but anyway, well done to you too. Uh, I was about to say, how come it's just two of you, before you now introduce them, Antonia, but unfortunately we couldn't hear. But well done. A good one.
Well done to the team. Personally, I believe your slides were very engaging slides. I liked them. They depicted what you wanted them to depict. Whoever made the slide did a good job. Okay.
Thank you, Ma.
Well done.
Thank you, Ma.
All right. Ceci, well done. Yeah,
Yes,
you know I love you. You're a great team leader.
I know, Mama.
Okay, so do we have any final comments from the judges, or should we move on? Okay, so in the absence of none, actually, I was speaking. I didn't know I was on mute. Okay, so I was saying that the next team is Team Maverick, and I think they want me to help them share their slides. But before we go ahead, do we have them here? Team Maverick. Is it Maverick or Maverick? Yeah.
Maverick. Yeah,
Maverick. Yeah. All right, just a minute while I bring up your slides. Okay. Please, if any of the team, if you have a sound effect or any sound on your slide, please, you need to let me know, because it's a different process to do that. I'm just going to share the slide as they have, but if you have anything sound on it, you need to let me know that you've got sound on it. All right, so your time will start once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Maverick. I will be educating you on the book, Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. Sit back and enjoy. So first of all, I'll be starting with the introduction of the members of this team. My name is final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. We also have Mohammed Nyanda, a penultimate student of the University of Ilorin. We have Akindele Sinweliwa, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. So I would like to throw this question to the audience. How many people have read this book? If you are ready, you can just signify, shall we know? Okay, thank you very much, Adebere. Okay, thank you very much. So for those that have not read it, sit back and let us educate you on this book. And for those that have read it, enjoy the presentation. Next slide. So first of all, what is this book all about? Well, this book is a personal finance book that explores the difference in mindset between a rich person and a poor person, and the different approaches to money. How do we maximize our wealth? How do we generate more money with more money? Like, how do we allow money to work for us? This book goes on to education, how financial.
Sorry. So we missed a lot of things that you've said. I think you should start from the introduction over again because we didn't hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm very sorry about that. My network just went. So I'll be introducing myself. My name is Onobaju Tayo Olayemi, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. We also have Mohammed Nyanda, a penultimate student of the University of Ilorin. And we have Akindele Sinweliwa, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. So I've asked the audience how many people read it. So I got quite a number of hands. So for those that have not read it, we'll be exploring this concept and educating you on it. So this is a personal finance book that explores the difference in mindset between a rich person and a poor person and the approaches to money. How do you maximize your money? How do you use money to make more money? That's what the book's all about. So this book emphasizes on concepts like the importance of financial literacy, education on making money. How do a financially literate person multiply his wealth? Also emphasize on the concept assets and liabilities. How the rich acquire more of assets than liabilities and the poor liabilities than assets. So if it tells us how your personal car can be a liability to you rather than an asset. This book goes on to emphasize the mindset and money management of a rich person. What the rich person thinks or how we think about maximizing wealth. Well, this book also emphasizes that the rich person work to learn rather than to earn. Like they are interested in learning the concepts, to acquiring knowledge than just to make money. It also tells us how the rich enter into businesses of their own and take risks because they believe failure is a part of life, that you have to fail before you can succeed. You learn from your failures. It also talks about financial independence. It educates us on the importance of being independent. Financially, and it's emphasizes taxes and the power of 97. And since then, it has been the best seller in Amazon currently. So it's next.
Okay, do we have somebody else within the team that have got a better network to take over?
So it talks about explores wealth generation in an inspirable way and an understandable way. Over 27 copies of this book has been sold in more than 51 languages across 109 countries in the world. So I'll be handing over to my colleague Sindolua, who will take us through a summary of this book and educate us on what this book is all about. Over to you, Cindy.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. Yes, to my audience, I would like to ask, just like Taiwo has, we also have people here that haven't read this book. Well, I'll be taking you through what it is that you might be missing out or not having read this book. And for those who have read this book, you might need to refresh your memory on some of the key points you read while you were reading this, you noticed while you were reading this book. So I'm taking us through a brief summary. So this particular book, it's actually a very insightful book. It shows us about what differentiates the rich, the poor, and the middle class. So I'm taking us through the summary. So the first one is this educative book tells us how the rich don't work for lies it's read when you want to gain knowledge about money and wealth. So the rich in a way they try to make sure that they are not enslaving themselves in order to make money, but rather having earned the first money they have, the money is working for them and multiply for them. In the same book, there's a quote that says, instead the poor and middle class work for money, the rich have money work for broke is temporary, while poor is eternal. So even the rich at times they are not always full. Their bank accounts are not always full. There's that period where they are broke, but even in that period, they're already thinking of how they can multiply their money. So it's a temporary situation. So the poor, the rich, they might not have financial assets right on ground, but then they learn how to improve. They learn how to make sure that that kind of situation it is not permanent. Also, this same book tells us about the importance of financial literacy and how it helps multiply money. Now, it's not just about wanting to multiply money. It's not just about you wanting money to work for you. But before you can do this, as a rich person, you have to understand that there is the need for financial education. There is the need for financial literacy. That the fact that you are educated as a normal BSc holder, a master degree holder, a PhD holder, it still doesn't guarantee the fact that you are financially literate. So this book also responses are high as to how you can be financially literate. There's a quote that says, say it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep. So it's not even just about making the money. Yes, you could multiply the money, but if you're not able to keep it, it's going to get expended. And that's where the difference comes between the rich and the poor. They ensure that the next money they need, they're already getting ready to have it. There's another quote here by Mr. Fuller in the same book that says, wealth is the person's ability to survive so many number of days forward, or if he stops working today, how long could he survive? Let's just pause to think about it. If the money in the account finishes today, how long can you survive for the rest of the year? So the rich ensure that they multiply their money. They are not looking at that current balance. They are not satisfied with that current balance. They want to ensure that if at all they have to stop working at this particular age, they have enough to carry them through the main journey of their life. Also, this same book tells us about how the rich invent money. You might ask, invent money, are they the CBN? At least the last time we checked, the CBN are the ones that mint out money. But well, the way they invent money is that they use that 1 naira they have to create 100 naira. They use that 100 naira they have to create 1,000 naira. They look for ways in which they multiply their money. So that's what the difference between the rich and the poor comes in. That's why I said this book is a book you don't want to miss out. It's a great book to pick up today and start reading. Also, it tells us about how financial struggle is often directly the result of people working all their lives for someone else. So they try to invent money. They don't want to just sit down and allow money pass around. They go to the root of it and they improve themselves and they multiply their wealth. The same book also, you would agree with me, my audience, that this book has a lot of details loaded in it. This same book tells us about how the rich work to learn rather than to earn. Just like my colleague said previously, they work to learn. So they might be involved in so many jobs only because they want to learn something from that job. They want to gain knowledge. When you talk about financial literacy, part of being financial literate is gaining financial knowledge. So most times they might have to involve themselves in work that is like, why is this person doing this kind of work? He has money, but they are thinking of how they can make more money. So they want to learn, not to earn. And also, this same book tells us about how the rich man mindset is to overcome obstacles to solve problems. Being a consumer will not make you rich. Being just sitting back and whatever new product in town is what you want to buy will not make you rich. The same book explains to us that there is the need for me to sit down. What are the problems around? What can I solve? That is how to become rich. Now it says, there's this popular quote we do use. It says, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than master of one. Most times we hear that jack of all trades, master of none. But then it goes further. It was a quote by Robert Greene that a master of none, but is most times better than a master of one. So the rich, they don't sit at one place. If you look at the history of richest people now in the world, we have Dangote, especially bringing down to Nigeria. You would notice that it's not involved in just one particular sector. He has expanded his veins all around. That's what the rich people do. This book is so detailed enough to open your mindset as to how to become rich. And so it says the rich man mindset is to overcome obstacles. Now, this same book mentions 5 major obstacles that everyone has to overcome in order to become rich. The first one is fear. The second one is cynicism. The third one is laziness. The fourth one is bad habits. And the fifth, arrogance. It also goes further to say the power of self-discipline. If you cannot get control of yourself, do not try to be rich. That's why the assets and liabilities have to be distinguished. At the point you might need to cut off your liabilities. At the point you might need to just accumulate assets, get enough, and then you can think of spending in luxury. But when you put luxury first, then you're already withdrawing yourself from becoming rich. And then last but not the least, be creative and never quit. Winners never quit, only losers do quit. Think, talk, and act, my audience, and we will always be winners. I hand over to my colleague Mubarak to take us through the last segment of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simi. Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki is a popular finance book that primarily focuses on the difference in mindset and financial strategies between the author's rich dad and his poor dad. It emphasizes the importance of financial education, investing in assets, and generating passive income, while encouraging readers to think differently about money, assets, and liabilities. This book did not actually go without critics. Now, I'll be walking you through the critics of this wonderful book. The first thing I'll be talking about is the lack of diversification. This book actually promotes a heavy focus on real estate and entrepreneurship as ways to generate passive income. Relying solely on one or two investment avenues can increase risk, as diversification is often considered a more prudent approach to managing risk in a portfolio. Another point is overemphasis on debt. Kiyosaki actually put a lot of emphasis on debt to finance investments, such as leveraging real estate purchases, has been criticized for potentially leading individuals into financial trouble if not managed carefully. Debt carries inherent risk, and some people argue that the book have not provided sufficient caution about the potential downsides to these debts. Another thing is unrealistic returns. Kiyosaki's portrayal of the potential and unrealistic returns from real estate and other investments may be overly optimistic and not take into account the variability and potential downsides associated with these investments. Another thing is the simplistic approach. While the book offers general principles and mindset shifts, there is a problem of not providing detailed, actionable steps or concrete investment strategies that individuals can follow. This can leave readers searching for more practical guidance. Another one is lack of specifics. Kiyosaki's advice is also seen as overly simplified and not tailored to individual finance situation, thereby lacking specifics. Financial success actually involves more complexity and nuances than what is presented in this book. And the last point is speculative nature. Some of the investment strategies suggested in this book, such as investing in speculative assets or focusing solely on appreciation, may carry higher risks compared to more conservative income-based investment approaches. Next slide, please. So working through the conclusion, Rich Dad Poor Dad is one of the most popular finance books of all time, as we already know. It actually tells us all we need to know about the differences between an asset and liability. A rich man mindset is trying to acquire assets, but the first problem is to identify what an asset is and what it is not. Next slide, please. Contrary to the myth, the rich are born rich. This book primarily destroys the myth that people are born to be rich or some people are destined to be rich. This book also concentrates on talking about how to become rich and the mindsets we must have to acquire this wealth. The theme of the book centers on how to use money as a tool for wealth development rather than becoming a slave of wealth. My teammates and I have actually taken you through the overview and the critics of this wonderful book. But if you'd like to learn more about the writer's investment lessons, don't let the critics swerve you as your finance and investment education will be improved. Thank you. We are Team Maverick.
Thank you very much to the whole team. Well done, well done. But particularly, Simi, are you a marketer? Simi, are you a marketer or have you been a marketer before?
Not really, ma.
Because you seem more to be marketing the book than to be summarizing the book. Oh. I was getting more of marketing from your presentation than some summary. Anyways, good job to Inyoda, because what Inyoda did in his first couple of seconds was to summarize everything that you have said in 7 minutes in few seconds. And it was mind-blowing. I feel like you could have done a better summary, Simi, in your own part, because you went on, and at the time I kind of lost you in the middle of everything that you were saying. So it could be a better summary. I don't know if it is the way your team has structured it, or probably it is you that got swayed in the excitement of the book and you just wanted everyone to read the book, which is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that it could have been a much more better summary to your part. Okay, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands up.
Thank you, Dr. Rijmonke. First of all, well done to the team. Again, good choice. I love the book so much. I read it a couple of times. I can't remember the number of times. I always have to go back to it every now and then. So it's a really good book. So well done. A couple of things. I love the presentation. Confidence was there. You guys are great presenters. But from the first, my first impression about the presentation is that you seem to have gotten the purpose of this phase probably incorrectly. So the book, what the presentation has done to me now after the presentation is that, right, wow, this is a very good book. Let me go and read it. Right. So just like Dr. Dejimoke was saying that it's more of marketing than actually telling me about the book. I was expecting to see a well-defined structure about exactly what the book is saying, even put page numbers, like, okay, he said this between page 1 to 10, he talked about this, the story, you missed out. It was a good summary, but you missed out on a lot of details from the book. For instance, in the book, he really talked about it's two dads, and the difference between their mentality, which there's still a bit more that you could have like explained in there, but you just went on to summarize, the difference between a rich person and a poor person and all that. But it's good summary, but it is not like, I didn't leave this presentation like, okay, well, I know a lot. I know enough about the book. I don't even need to read the book anymore, which was supposed to be the case, rather than, okay, well, this book looks like a good read. Let me go and pick up the book and read. Just like the previous presentation, I left the presentation like, okay, well, I know a lot about the book anyway. I know all the habits that I need to be an effective person. You know what I mean? So the presentation slides as well. I had difficulty following your presentation with the presentation slides. It's like a couple of slides were missing, or it wasn't just syncing with what you were saying. So at some point I got lost. I was like, okay, are they on this slide or this slide? It was, I think, 4 slides, so quite short for the for the presentation. But generally, I love the way you added critiques to it. I love the fact that and the introduction was a bit too long. The first presenter started with the introduction, a couple of minutes. The second presenter also went back to, okay, this book talks about, and the third presenter summarized the whole thing again, starting from this book. You didn't need to put the general statistics of the book. It just took some of your time, which was not needed. We don't need to know the stats of the book. It's been translated to a couple of, but anyway, generally, it was a great presentation. I love the confidence. I love the summary, and I love that you put the critic. It's just some things that I've mentioned that you need to put in mind next time. Well done to the team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you for your wonderful feedback. Okay, we're going to move. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, Mr. Paul, you have feedback, yeah?
Yes, well done, guys. Wonderful presentation. So, some of the feedbacks I actually had, thanks to Dr. Yusuf and Dr. Adi, they actually talks about it. So, I want to say this. So, unlike the first team, like you didn't put yourself in the presentation, like you didn't make it relatable. Like when you read a book, and how does it apply to you? Yeah, if you know what I mean. Like though I joined the presentation lead like for the first team, but the feedback they got, some of the feedback said they made it relatable to them, like how the book how the book spoke to them in that sense. So you didn't really put yourself in the book, like how the book blessed you, in if you understand what I'm trying to say. So I just want to say next time, just apply it to you. So yeah, apply it to you as a person. How has this book helped you? Yeah, what you've learned from the book, and how you can relate the book to your personal self. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Mr. Ridwan.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy.
Mr. Ridwan, don't finish them.
No. I'm not even saying.
All right.
I mean, everybody has said whatever I would have said anyway. So just to keep it short, in addition to what other mentors have said, I noticed a lot of typographical errors on your slides. A lot of them, a lot. So you guys need to proofread your slides if you are going to do a presentation. A lot of some of your, on some slides I saw different fonts on the same slide. So those are some of the things that you need to check. So proofread your slide before coming for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was going to talk about that, I actually forgot. Yeah, when I was reading through the slides, I saw that as well. I think the slides felt rushed a bit. You might take time to work on your slides. Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Thank you to all the judges that have made comments. And I really hope that you guys will take all these comments and use it to get the last phase much more better than it currently is. Okay, so moving on, we're going to move on to the next team, which is Team Legend. Team Legend, are you guys ready? Am I sharing your slides or you're sharing it yourself?
You're sharing it.
Please, I can share the slides. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so once you start, your time would start.
Okay. The need for sustainable personal finance code has been gaining prominent attention towards wealth creation. However, it might entice you that personal finance growth for wealth creation has a multidimensional and concerted challenges. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, we are Team Legend, the legendary scholars. We are here to present a book review of The Richest Man in Babylon. With me here are James Ndukwe, Sephia Onuchi, Azia Sulaimon, and Faizia Jazi. Next slide, please, ma'am. I believe we all have the tenacity and desire for wealth creation. Towards personal finance. The Richest Man in Babylon is a book written by George Samuel Clayson. This book has been referred to as the Bible of financial freedom because of its timeless rules and laws of money that can be used by anyone. Also, individuals who want to acquire financial success embrace helpful tips towards building wealth. Helpful and inspiring short stories that teach clear and simple lessons were shared in this book that can lead to secret to building wealth, which can never change throughout history. The story revolves around a man who wants to acquire gold and work hard for it, learn from his faults, and eventually become the richest man in Babylon. One of the intriguing lessons from this book is the seven cures. Saifat, can you roll out the red carpet of these lessons? Thank you.
Thank you, James. Before I proceed with the cures, let's discuss on what brought about these cures. The cures was a solution given by Akkad to the Babylonian king and his councilmen in chapter 2 of this book, which cover page 36 to 48. As once prosperous city, whom was faced with economic downturn, made their king restless and called on to one of their richest men, Akkad, whom did face any challenges despite the city's situation, answered to the call of his king and councilmen by providing them with ways which they could employ to resolve the city's problem. Akkad's first advice for his king and the fellow councilmen was start their purse to fattening. He says, "Ye can see that there are many trades and labors at which men may earn coins. Each of these ways of earning is a stream of gold from which the worker's cloth diverts by his labor a portion to his own purse. For every 10 coins thou placest within their purse, take out for use but 9. What he meant was everyone in the city should learn how to save from his or her earning, and this could be done by taking out 1/10 of it as a payment of his labor and learn to survive off the rest of the 9/10 of it. He goes on to the second cure called control their expenditure and taught them how to carry out budget planning in order to make sure you do not spend more than you earn, because as income increases, so does your expenses. So it will be wise for you to know how to control your expenses. He carried on to the third cure called make thy gold multiply and said, the gold we may retain from our earning is but the start. The earning it will make shall build our fortune. To put each coin to laboring, that it may reproduce its kind, a stream of wealth that shall flow constantly into their purse. An income that continued to come, whether thou work or travel. What Alcott simply taught here was how to invest and how it can help to double or triple your treasure or gold without you working for it. Lastly, the fourth cure, where I'm going to round up my discussion, is guard their treasure from loss. This cure was about wealth management. By first learning how to manage the small ones before you can refine on yourself that you can protect larger ones to come. And also made mention about being careful on where you invest your money into. By saying, be not misled by time, own romantic desire to make wealth rapidly. Okay, guys, this is where I pass on the button. Hello, Asia. Could you please elaborate more? Could you please elaborate more on the other cures? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sophia. In the next cure, the author actually talked about making one's dwelling a profitable investment, and that's between page 43 and 45. The author emphasized that if a man set aside 9 parts of his earning upon which to live and enjoy life, And if any part of these 9 parts, it can turn into a profitable investment without detriment to his well-being, then so much faster will his treasures grow. And he talked about that in page 43. So I think I agree with the author when he actually said that to a man's heart, it brings gladness to eat the figs from his own trees and the grapes of his own vines, and to own his own domicile, to have it placed he is proud to care for. Therefore, I actually recommend that every man should own the roof that shelter him and his family. The author related the 6th cure as ensuring a future income, and that's between page 45 and 46. Here, the author actually made us to realize that the man who, because of his understanding of the laws of wealth, acquire a growing surplus should give thought to those future days. He should plan certain investments or provision that may endure safely for many years, yet it will be available when the time arrives, which he has so wisely anticipated. So he said there are diverse ways by which a man may provide with safety for his future. And some of those ways are like buying houses, acquiring land for this purpose. So if wisely chosen as to their usefulness and value in the future, they are permanent in their value, and their earning or their sale will provide well for its purpose. However, I disagree with the author's opinion on loan as an investment. So personally, as an Islamic finance student, loan as an investment is not really good, because money is seen as a unit of measurement and not a commodity for transaction. So the 7th cure is increase the ability to earn, where the author actually made mention of the more of wisdom we know. It means that the more wisdom we know, the more we earn, which means that a man who seeks to learn more of his craft shall be richly rewarded. So if he's an artisan, for example, he may seek to learn new methods and the tools of those most skillful in the same line. So another example is that if he's a laborer, for example, he may consult and exchange knowledge with others of his calling. And if he's a merchant, like a businessman, he may continually seek better goods that can be purchased at lower prices. So here he talked about it on page 48. I'll round up my discussion by talking about Goddess of Good Luck. And in this page, between 50 and 61, the author actually made mention of a story about Arcad. But I'll just pick the Babylonian proverb, which says that if a man be lucky, there is no foretelling the possible extent of his good fortune. Pitch him into a ferret, and like as not, he will swim out with a pearl in his hand. Another enlightening factor are the 5 laws of gold in this book. Faiza, what can you tell us about these laws?
Yeah. The 5 laws, the 5 laws of gold and how to use them. The 5 laws of gold were devised by Akkad, the richest man in Babylon, to train his son Namaste on the subject of wealth, so that he can learn how to not waste his inheritance. Alongside these laws, Akkad gave his son a pot of gold and sent him out to the world. According to this book, Namaste squandered the gold but built back his wealth by adhering to these laws. What are these laws? The first law of gold is that gold cometh gladly and in increasing quantity to any man who will put by not less than 1/10 of his earnings to create an estate for his future and that of his family. This law stipulates that you should keep a part of your earnings as yours, that is, pay yourself first. We tend to assume that the income we get from our jobs and businesses belong to us. However, the truth is that don't belong to us. And by doing this, you pay to others. The only money you put aside for yourself is what you keep. George here advises us that 10% of our savings should be saved, and this is so little that it will not cut back on what we used to spend, and it will help us build a habit of treasure. This is something that I have tried, and my audience, I can tell you that it works perfect. The second law of gold says, gold laboreth diligently and constantly for the wise owner who find it profitable, who finds for it a good employment. But the find at the top this second says that saving is just not enough. The money has to work for us, and the best way to achieve this is through investment. There are several options that you can go through to multiply your goods. Current options include stock, electronics, and commodities. And for students like us, you can make use of savings apps like Carrywise, Harvest, and so on. These apps have investment options you can make use of. By investing our savings, we gain extra stream of income without too much effort on our part. The third law of gold, it says, gold clingeth to the protection of the cautious owner who invests it under the advice of the wise men in his handling. This law reminds us that not all that glitters is gold, and if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Seek investment advice before venturing into it. Do not make the mistake of listening to people with no expertise in the field. If you want to invest in the stock market, for example, get guidance from a broker. The law tells us to guide against this, prevent loss, and protect you and your money from fraudulent investment. On to the penultimate law of gold, which is the fourth law. It says, gold slippeth away from the man who invests it in businesses or purposes with which he is not familiar or is not approved by those children. This law, it comes with a note of warning. It says that if you are ignorant about a particular investment option, you are going to incur great losses. And if you neglect the warning from experts, you put yourself in a bad place. So apart from seeking opinion from experts, build your knowledge of investment. You can do that through books and other resources. Invest in a business only after you have learned about such business. Now on to the last law of gold. From the man who is positive earnings, or who follows the alluring advice of sisters and schemers, or who trusts to his own inexperience and romantic desires. This takes us back to the previous saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Remember, chances are we know who has fallen victim and here's what the fifth law of God has come to tell us. Check your investment time. Don't create important deals when it comes to investing, and don't even go into anyone who pushes towards investing in such proposals. Now, another chapter of this declared faithless and Bible. The 5 tablets found in the ruins of Babylon. This tablet found by an archaeologist, Alfred, explains to Alfred Professor Franklin that the words in this tablet have helped him to choose death and build his life once again, even with the thousand years. And the last time is located in the Bible. Next slide. The Bible is the last time in the book, and it tells the tale of two men, Sarah and Adam, sold into slavery and this thing was told by to teach him that hard work is the key to future success. Conclusion: the richest man in Bible that ever book that remains useful throughout time. And comparing stories from that a person can and become wealthy by managing that wealth with wisdom, investment wisdom. All it takes is determination. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I could hardly hear the last presenters. I think there was a lot of glitch within the network while they were presenting. Okay, all right. Just going to, Dr. Yusuf, I was going to call on you anyways.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ejimoke. First of all, I always start with this is good selection. This is a book I really love again. So well done to Team Legend for selecting this book. You did justice to the book. I love the structure. I love the explanations. I love it. And I love the fact that there are a couple of things that really stood out for me. The fact that Onuchi used the voiceover was really good. I loved it. It immersed me into the book further because it's not just a book written in pure English, right? So it immersed me into it, and I felt like I was actually reading the book. I love the pages. I love to see pages when you are talking about a book. You are taking me through these pages and leaving this presentation. I felt like I know a lot about the book. I don't need to read the book further, right? I love the critic. I was looking at it like, okay, are these guys going to, have anything negative to say about the book? But I love the fact that Asia pointed out one of the critics. I feel you should have talked a bit further about more critics, but uh, I love the fact that you pointed that out. It showed that you had good understanding of the book, the way all the presenters had presented the book. I love the transition, the way you've moved from one presenter to the other. Rather than having the next presenter go back to introduce the book or go back to say something that you had already said, the presenter is just going straight into, just picking up from where you stopped, which is great. The network let Pfizer down a little bit towards the end. It would have been a really good presentation, but I didn't really hear a lot of the conclusion and the last presentation, the last slides. But the slides are good as well. And then you made some examples, which is great, but would have loved to see more personal, relatable experiences from your own self. Like, how is that, like Mr. Paul said with the last presentation, how has that really benefited you, probably in your student life, or now at this point in your life, what are you using from that book that you've incorporated into your life at the moment? It would have been nice, but overall, good presentation. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Do we have any other judges that want to give feedback to the team before we move to the next? All right, Mr. Paul, thank you.
All right. So a quick one, yeah. It was a wonderful presentation, honestly, wonderful presentation. But I just want to point this out. So at this point where one of the presenters was having issue with the network, so I was expecting the person that was presenting before the handover to continue. So just to quickly point this out. So anytime we're having network.
You're mute. Have you finished, Mr. Paul? Have you finished? Okay, I can't hear you anymore. You've gone off.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, so I was saying that about the network glitches. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at that point where one of the presenters was having issues with the network, I was expecting the person that was presenting to just continue so as to cover up for the next person. It shows that there's a teamwork there. So going forward, please. So anytime there's a network issue and the person you are handing over to is having issues with the network, just continue. It shows that you guys are working as a team and it keeps the flow. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ridwan.
Yeah, God will bless those guys. They did a very good job of summarizing that book. I read the book while I was in secondary school. So the essence of a book summary is to do two things, really. For people that have read the book, is to serve as a refresher to them. And for people that haven't, is to increase their enthusiasm about reading the book. And I think this guy will do justice to them. So well done to them. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So this particular book, it's a book I'm very passionate about because I think it was Dr. Yusuf that forced me to actually read this book. And the book came at a very good time because it was at a time whereby once I earn my money, I'm looking for the next vacation or the next resort to go and spend the money that I've earned. So I'm the kind of person that I love traveling. I love going to places. So I think Dr. Yusuf was tired of me wasting money on vacations and all that without having any savings. So he recommended that book to me. So it's a book that I liked, that I really like, and I loved your summary of it. I also liked the fact that you didn't just give us a quick summary, but you had page number references to the part at which they had said one thing or the other within the book, which, while you were talking about it, I was just remembering. It was just like me reading the book all over again. So all those things were kind of like being refreshed. I know, right? Those things were kind of like being refreshed in my mind. One thing I liked about this book in particular, which I didn't like so much about the other book, and I think the other team actually talked about it while they were talking about the critique of the book, Did Rich Dad Poor Dad. Both books are, to me anyways, I got very similar perspective to life from both books, but the fact that the Richest Man in Babylon was a very relatable book, and it took into cognizance some of the things that happens in real life compared to Rich Dad Poor Dad. Although Rich Dad Poor Dad is widely read compared to The Richest Man in Babylon. But if you have not read The Richest Man in Babylon, please do try to read it. So thank you very much, guys. Good job. All right, so before I bore you in my talk, I'm going to go to the next team presenting. Are they ready?
We are ready, ma.
Team Fusion. So Team Fusion is about to take us on a nice ride through their cheese. So let's actually see if somebody stole their cheese or somebody moved their cheese. All right. Do you want me to share your slides, or you are sharing your slides yourself?
Yes, please help us share it.
Okay, 1 minute, please. Okay, I think I found it. So your time starts when you start speaking.
Okay, ma. Good afternoon, judges, mentors, and mentees. My name is Comfort Fashaki, and with me today is Safia Omar, James Oyarinde, and Ebenezer Iyola. Ebenezer is having network issue and will not be able to join, but together we are Team Fusion. I would like to ask the permission of the judges to keep our cameras off through the presentation. Thank you. Today we'll be reviewing a book called Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson. Thank you. Who Moved My Cheese is a simple parable that reveals the profound truth about change. It is an amusing and enlightening story of how four characters who live in a maze look for cheese to nourish them and make them happy. Next slide, ma. Next slide, ma. Okay. Yes. The characters are two mice and two little people. The two mice are named Sniff and Scurry. Sniff sniffs out change early, while Scurry hurries into actions. The little people are named M and Ham. M is a person that denies and resists change as he fears it to lead to something worse, while Ham is forced to learn to adapt in time when he sees change can lead to something better. The word cheese in this book is a metaphor for what you want to have in life, whether it's a good job, a loving relationship, money, a possession, good health, or a spiritual sense of peace of mind. Everyone has their own idea of what cheese meant to them depending on their taste. For the little people, finding cheese is a way of getting what they thought they needed to be happy. For her, cheese just meant feeling safe, having a loving family someday, and living in a cozy cottage. While to him, cheese was becoming a big cheese in charge of others and owning a big house atop Camembert Hill. For some, finding cheese was having material things, while for others, it meant enjoying good health or developing a spiritual sense of well-being. The maze in this story is where you look for what you want, the organization you work in, the family or the community you live in. This platform is an example of a maze where we all come to learn a thing or two. James will take us further on about the book, will take us on the conversation that brought about the sharing of this story. Thank you. James.
All right. Thank you, Comfort, for
James.
the wonderful. Thank you, Comfort, for the wonderful presentation. The gathering is what inspired the author, or what brought about the story that inspired the author to write about this book that we are going to be discussing today, Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson. So one Sunday in Chicago, several former classmates who were good friends in school gathered for lunch, and having attended the same high school and held a reunion before, they wanted to hear more about what was happening in each other's life. After a good deal of kidding and a good meal, so they settled into an interesting conversation. Angela, who had been one of the most popular people in the class, said, "Life turned out differently than I thought, and to be life turned out differently than I thought I thought than what she thought it was in school, and a lot of things changed." Sorry, the slide are not correlating. That's why. Okay, thank you, ma. All right. So Nathan gave a surprise response, and what led to the surprise to everybody was that Nathan was need Nathan was known to have gone into the family business, which he has operated pretty much in the same community and as long as they could remember. So they were surprised, they seemed concerned, and he asked, "But you've noticed how we don't want to change when things change." Then Carlos, who was their classmate, said, "I guess we resist changing because we are afraid." Then they were surprised that Carlos was the captain of the football team back then when they are in school, but he was still saying all this. So they all laughed and realized that they have gone through different directions from working at home to managing companies. We are experiencing similar feeling. So everyone was trying to cope with unexpected changes that were happening to them in recent years. And most of them admit that they don't know a good way to handle them. Then Michael said, "I used to be afraid of change. When a big game came along in our business, we don't know just, and we almost lost it." Sad about a funny story. So all of them were surprised and they were eager to hear what the story was. And that was what led to the book, Who Moved My Cheese. So as Comfort has rightly said, the different characters that are in the book. So the character live in a faraway land, according to the story. So the little four character ran through the maze. Due to their small size, it was closing. We'll discover that the most amazing thing happened in the maze. So every day, the mice and the little people spend time in the maze looking for their own specialties. The mice, Sniff and Scurry, they possess simple brains and good instincts and search for hard languages they like, as Mike often do. The little people, M and Hall, use their complex brain filled with many beliefs and emotions to search for different kind of cheese which they believe will make them feel happy. As different as the mice and the little people were, they share something in common, which is every morning each of them put on their jogging suits and running shoes and left their homes and raced into the maze for their favorite cheese. The maze was a labyrinth of corridors and chambers containing delicious cheese, but there were also dark corners and blind edges leading to nowhere. So this also applies to us human beings. We have different purpose and goals for each of our lives. As students in classroom, we have different set of students with different aims. Some just came to school to live. Some came from the purpose of fulfilling the purpose, for the purpose of obeying their parents. And that is how our lives and works is filled with different mindset of different people. This story of these mice and little people has a lot to benefit us. As time goes by, these people, the mice and the little people, found maize actually, and in Zone C, and they went there and eat. But one spectacular thing I want us to take note is the lifestyles of the Snip and Corey, who are the little mice. So when they found the cheese at the first place, they were very vigilant to know that this cheese will not sustain them, and they move ahead to search for cheese in another zone. But for M and how they feel like they are entitled to the cheese, and every day they move there, and at a point in time they start to live a maze where they could get abundance of cheese, but they don't notice that the cheese is gradually reducing until one day that they couldn't find any cheese there when they came back. So this story majorly focused on hem and how, but I so much love the part that M took, and that is why I'll be presenting about M words to how. When they discovered that M, that no more cheese is in their zone, so Al decided to stay back, but M tried to summon the courage because he felt like he can't stay longer in the cheeseless situation. So he tried to move further. Sorry, we'll go back to the previous slide. No, not here, the previous one. Yes. So he inscribed some word for arms to see, because he tried to persuade arm to join him in going further. So that's why in life we will see some people that will weigh us down when we are trying to do something. So we shouldn't get further about moving along with crowd. Just like a book I read recently, Atomic Habits by James Clear, which talks about having a positive habit or a change in our habits. So this book is totally talking about how change occur in our lives. So the first word that M asked for Am was that having cheese make you happy. Families and everything makes us happy. But the more important cheese to you, the more we hold on to it. We can see the complaints of like Microsoft when they start. It's a good idea that they have, but on the long run, they feel like there needs to be a change, and they restructure their company, and that is why we have the bigger Microsoft we have for today. If they don't change the way they operate their company, it will be very difficult for them to know about, it will be very difficult for us to know about Microsoft today, and so other companies that we have. And we have companies or people that prefer to stay stagnant, just like So M said in his word that if you do not change, you will become extinct. We have heard of different works, shops, or this total lockdown has brought about things. Like in our last two presentations, we talk about how education, Gen Z are affecting education. And this is part of change that we are going to be talking about today. So M also said in his word that what will you do if you weren't afraid? So I was just trying to put some words as a motivation to which some of this word is what I want us to look into. So another thing that he said was that smell the cheese often so that you know when it's getting old. Then moving in a new directions help you find, sorry. So moving in a new direction help you find new cheese. That is, when we are tired, when we are so much comfortable in a zone and we feel like there is no way here. So we as human beings, we need to move to other aspects of our life to explore. So sorry, the next slide 7. Okay. So when you stop yourself from being afraid, you feel good. So one thing that helps most people to be successful is that they stand out of their fear. They were able to conquer their fear. There was a time when I was in school, I so much have the fear of failing, and this has held me down for a very long time. But at the point of time, I had a change in my orientation that, okay, if I'm having this fear that I don't want to fail, then definitely failure comes often and often. Then I desire a positive attitude, which I put into practice. And this is what this um, was trying to say in the book. And this has helped me achieve this. You find new, most times because of the love we have for things we do, our families or our relationship, we hold on too much to things that we don't ought to hold on to. And that's why we are not able to see new things ahead of us. So it is situation and would believe the knowledge when you see that you
Okay, your
can't
network is breaking up a bit. Can
find
somebody?
change course. Noticing small things early help you
Is there no team member picking it up? Or that's the end of the presentation?
Sorry, I don't know if Safia is presenting. I'm having issue with my network.
Nobody has been presenting, so you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, sorry, thank you very much. So these are points to note in the book that we draft and we were able to read. So we draft out some. Sir?
Go on, go on.
Right. So the first change is that the first point to note is that change is inevitable. So it is important to be prepared for it. We see this in the lifestyle of the mice. So they were much prepared for it. So this is coming to us that this word can never be constant. It's a revolution. It revolves. So at any point in time, we should be prepared for any change. Some people lost their job because they were not able to prepare for changes. So the more flexible and adaptable you are, the better equipped you'll be able to deal with change. Be flexible, be open-minded, don't be rigid. The rigidity that we have today, okay, the fear of job loss, the fear of academics, all these things are things that weigh people down, and these steps they don't allow them to move ahead to what is very best for them. Although we might be enjoying our relationship, but there are other ways we can just fine-tune our relationships, our work. We should move out of the comfort zone and we should go to other zones to explore, because life is all about exploring. So trying new things and taking risks can lead you to unexpected. That M was able to try new things, just like the two mice that they look onto that they have little brains. They tried new things and they were able to explore and get a good reward. Complaining about change won't change anything, but being proactive and taking action can. So this has an implication on us as Nigerians. Different change in government, which affect economic policies and the likes. So as Nigerians, as students, as workers, we shouldn't complain about changes that is happening around us, but we should be proactive in taking action. Action speak louder than voice. So people who thrive on change and seek new opportunities are often happier and more fulfilled than those who resist. Next slide, please. So a change creates opportunity for growth and improvement. It is also important to be proactive in seeking out new opportunities rather than waiting for them to come. I've said this before. Accepting change can help you develop resilience and adaptability. Staying stuck in your comfort zone can hold you back from reaching your goal. And the last point, which says having a positive attitude towards change can make the process of adapting very easier. I'm very sure that if we could apply these points that we're able to drive out from this book by Johnson Spencer, that talks about who move my cheese, is a very practicable aspect of life that we need to apply to our lifestyle. The book doesn't take more than an hour to read, and I'm very sure if we could put this point into practice, it will help our life and everything around us. At the end of the book, Michael was able to tell them about the story of this book, and every one of the classmates gathered there at the get together was able to see one thing in their life that they need to work on. So I'm sure at this end of my presentation that we are able to see one thing or the other that we need to work on in our life. Let's be flexible. Let's be able to adapt to changes around us. Then we are going to explore and enjoy our new comfort zone. Don't let us rest on the zone we have. There's more to life we need to explore. God has blessed us with many things that we need to explore. So I believe if we set our goal, we'll surely be able to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Dejumake, I'm not sure if you're online. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, you can continue, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I have a lot of things I want to say about this presentation. Uh, but let me start from the team generally. The last presentation, you at least this time, the last one was really bad. The last presentation you had, the last phase was really bad. It's as if you guys were forced to present the last time. But the good thing about this time is that at least it shows that you were not forced this time. You showed that you put effort into your presentation this time. So first of all, I love progress. So first of all, well done for your presentation. Comfort and James, oh, you're in the James. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. First of all, uh, I love the book. Good explanation of the book. It's a book that I've read as well. So you explained it. It's just that a couple of negatives that I have. First of all, no pages, no page numbers. It was really difficult for me to follow. It felt at some point that I was a bit more confused, as regards to what the book was talking about. Um, the second part is that the first slide, I don't know why you put pictures of random people. So if you are going to put any picture in your slide, it has to relate to what you're talking about. Probably would have been better. It would have been better if you put pictures of mice or something, or cheese, rather than putting just a random group in there. At some point, it felt like the presentation was like you were reading, but eventually, yeah, especially when you read it, eventually you started freestyling a lot. You started relating the book to what the practice to practice in life generally. But uh, generally, the presentation was just, I don't know, it wasn't up to par. It was like I said, it wasn't well structured. It wasn't you're not taking me from one part of the book to the other to the other. At some point, I was confused. I was like, okay, when did this happen in the book and all that? But uh, generally, it's an improvement, slight improvement from the previous presentation you had. But what I want to also say is that please work on your presentation slides for the last phase. So if you are not so good with making slides, try to reach out to other team members that are really good with slides. You've seen for the first two phases, if you've been present, you've seen a lot of good slides. These things are not, this competition is not a competition that just started. You have the privilege to go back to Daytopia to the previous competitions to see how and this phase is exactly the same as the last one. So there is no justification for not knowing what to put. These pages that we've been talking about, we talked about we gave the same feedback the last Daytopia competition. So the first thing you're supposed to do when you get to a phase is that, okay, let one of our team members go back and make some research about the previous, uh, unless it's a completely new face that we've not introduced before, which has not been the case for the past 3 years. So you have to go back and check the things that they've talked about. This feedback that we've been giving, it should not be repeating itself. Like, we should not be saying the same thing that we said last year, because you've already made your research, you've done your research. It's like going for an interview, or trying to get into a company. You've done your research about the company. So you shouldn't come in and not know that you're supposed to put the pages, you're supposed to structure it properly. This is a really good book. I wanted to see a lot of structure, and I wanted to leave this presentation like, I remember what this book is about, and I really, it's like I've read the book one again, but you failed to do that for me. So personally, uh, But generally, well done for the progress. I'll give Dr. Adejumoke or Mr. Radon. You have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yusuf. So I'll just take it from where you stopped. The the book is actually an easy book to summarize. I read the book, I think, when I was in secondary school again. My dad exposed me to a lot of these books in secondary school. So it's another easy book to read, an easy book to summarize. But the summary that he did was, it was poorly done. It was poorly done. So from the beginning, I even wonder if you actually read the book or you just took the summary from another source online. The first speaker was Comfort, I think. Not even the speaker. On your first slide, you even got the name of one of the characters wrong on your slide. How can you make that mistake if you have read the book? So let's even say there's a mistake on the first slide. Something was poorly written. How can you be presenting and then be making that same mistake again? So if you look at the characters, I'm seeing Ham and Hem. Where was Ham in that book? There was nowhere Ham was mentioned in that book. It's Hem and Ho. I've read this book more than 10 years ago, and I still remember the names of these characters. So how could you have read this book recently, and on your slide, what I am saying is Ham and not Ho? So I don't know if you guys actually read the book or you just took the summary somewhere. And the presenter, the person that presented this page, still said Ham. Even if there was a mistake on the slide, you cannot be saying that same mistake again. You should have corrected yourself by saying Ho and Hem, not making that same mistake of Ham. So that's why I'm questioning if you actually read the book or you just took the summary from somewhere online. So that's one. The slides were not, Yusuf has mentioned about the first slide. On some of the slides, I saw different fonts. We also have, so on this slide that you were trying to talk about a conversation about a reunion, you tried to quote what people said, but you didn't use the use of quote was poor. So this is a slide that I spoke about different fonts. Your use of quotes were poor as well. The audience engagement was really poor. And the last speaker, Yarinde, so just to also mention to you, I noticed there's something we call de-affectation. De-affectation is the opposite of your H factor. So H factor is where you put H when you shouldn't put it. And then the de-affectation is when you remove H when you should put it. So the pronunciation for the characters is hem and ho. But I keep hearing M or or in fact at this point they even say ow. So if you are coming for a presentation, please look at your slides. Learn how to pronounce every single thing on your slides. If you are going to say something, even if you had said how all through your presentation, I'd have said, oh, maybe you just took the presentation. Well, at some point you said how, then you said how again. You need to be clear of how to pronounce whatever you put on. You put that thing on your slide. If you have reviewed it and you are not sure how to pronounce it, then you go and research on how to do the pronunciation properly. So I think you guys could have done a better job with this. It's an interesting book, very interesting one, and it's pretty easy to summarize if you had actually done your homework well. So thank you for the efforts.
Okay. Is it Oyaride, do you have your hand raised?
Yes, I have my hand raised.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I'm so sorry the way we come up this with the presentation. Actually, we had some difficulties during the planning. So this presentation slide that we have was not the original one. We tried to update it, but it has been sent. We had issue. That's why one of our member was not able to. He was the one that helped with the designs. So it was a quick, short time for us to make this slide. This slide was made very early this morning, and it was made by me. And this was my first time doing something like this. I'm so sorry on behalf of the group. So I tried to update the slides, but they said they have submitted the slide to the team leader. So I'm very sorry on my part. It was a fault. But I'm happy also because this is my first time using PowerPoint. Then I was able to do this. Then I know I'll be able to do much better another time. So I'm very sorry for that. Thank you, sir.
No worries. It's good to learn these things. We also had a couple of people that from the last presentation competition, we had a couple of people that it was really their first time making presentations, and by the last phase, they were really good at it. So, what I would have even thought is that considering you've never used it before, you should have volunteered from the start that, you know what, guys, please let me start preparing this slide so that, I can get better at it, and you take it to the next level by the time you are on your fourth slide. But anyway, well done for the efforts, guys. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, while we wait on Dr. Alijumoke, I'll just go on to the next team, Great Nexus. Is everyone ready from that team?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
I love the energy. You didn't even let me finish. You guys are really okay. Do you want us to are you presenting the slides, or do you want us to help
Please
you?
let me present it, sir.
Project it for you, I mean?
Yes.
Okay. All right, your time starts when you start.
Okay. Good afternoon, mentors. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aminat, and this is Great Nexus. And my team members are Bolanle Owonifari and Temilolu Adeyemi. But I'm the only one here today, so I'll be the only one to present today. The other two are absent. Next slide, please. Okay, today I'll be reviewing the book The Light We Carry by Michelle Obama. The Light We Carry. Next slide, please. The Light We Carry was written by Michelle Obama, an attorney, a writer, and the First Lady of the United States from 2009 to 2017, and it was published in 2022. Michelle shared practical wisdom and strategies for staying hopeful and balanced in today's uncertain world. Let me ask you all this set of questions. Do you have challenges about dealing with fear and worries? Do you think about how to build honest relationships? When everything starts to feel like too much, what do you do? What tools do you use to address feelings of self-doubt and helplessness? How can you discover strengths inside your differences? These and many more are the questions and challenges we face from time to time. Michelle shared stories and insightful reflections on change, power, friendship, finding strength in community and differences, and how to live with the boldness. This book cuts across different areas of our lives, and it inspires us to examine our lives and connect meaningfully. Next slide, please. So chapter 1 is talking about the power of small. In this chapter, Michelle talked about how the pandemic gave her anxiety, fear. She felt so overwhelmed and couldn't focus. She channeled her energy into initiatives that were meant to help people, but that did nothing to calm her down. We all know how the news of deaths during the pandemic made us feel. She finally picked up knitting as an hobby. When she didn't know what to do with herself, she learned and continued to knit. After some time, she felt at ease. She was able to think reasonably, and watching the evening news was less stressful. And no, this is not trying to say that knitting can cure something. It means that you have to give yourself over to something smaller than your fear worries, and anger. You don't have to focus on doing big things alone. Sometimes when everything feels too big and scary and you hit a point of feeling too much, focus on those things that seem so small and irrelevant, yet they make your brain active. It might be baking, painting, trying out a new recipe, drawing, and so on. Also, when you feel like your mental health gets in the way of your dreams and goals, and you feel overwhelmed by everything you are doing, try to pay attention to yourself and reach out for help if necessary. It's okay to pace yourself, get rest, and prioritize your wellness. Your small achievements are important too. Celebrate them. It's called balance. And when you focus on the big and small wins, Michelle reminded us that little things matter, such as taking a walk, getting a full night of sleep, having long talks with friends. That is the power of small. Next slide, please. This is chapter 2, and it is talking about fear, how to decode fear. Fear is something every human experience. Everybody gets afraid of something at one point or the other. Let's see what Michelle said about fear. She narrated a story of how Craig and I would watch TV shows that played monster movies and zombies. Craig would laugh throughout it all, but Michelle felt so much fear and wept throughout the movie. While Craig understood that those were actors and in human costume, she only saw the monsters and dead bodies. Human being experiences different kind of fear. Fear of failure, rejection, that something will go wrong, and fear that we are going to lose someone. But the choices we make when feeling afraid determines the larger outcome of our lives. Are we going to let that fear paralyze us? Or are we going to do that thing afraid? Courageous men and great people don't call themselves fearless, but they've developed an ability to stay balanced and think clearly in its presence. Okay. We have to learn how to be comfortably afraid. This means that in the presence of fear, our nerves guide us instead of stopping us. Next slide, please. This is chapter 3, and it is talking about kindness, starting kind. She narrated a story of how one of her friends, Ron, would wake up in the morning and go to the mirror and say hi to himself. A lot of people will feel that is weird. Why will you go in front of the mirror in the morning and say hi to yourself? But that is Ron's art of starting the day in a kind way. He has figured out that self-loathing is hardly a good starting block from which to launch a new day. That is Ron deciding to start kind. Some people don't even say kind words to themselves. Talk less of treating themselves kindly. If they don't do kind things to themselves, how then do they want to be kind to other people? We have to learn how to put gladness out front and up first. We have to let our face show that we are glad to see someone. And when we light up for someone, people remember it. Gladness is nourishing. It is a gift when someone is happy to see us. We get a little steadier on our feet. Some people will say that some people are not approachable. That is because of their outward appearance. If your face is not looking kind, you are not putting gladness out front, then how do people want to approach us? And when we should be more deliberate about noticing the reflex to tear ourselves down. When you notice that you feel like doing the not so kind things to yourself, you should notice it and take action towards it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the fourth chapter, and it is talking about differentness. Am I seen? Have you ever felt like you don't matter, that you exist in a world that doesn't see you? People ask themselves questions like, do I belong? What do others think of me? How you feel yourselves become everything. She talked about how being tall stood out for her in elementary school. She would always be at the back in every arrangement. That did so much to her, and she was looking for ways to channel her
her tallness. At a point, she wanted to be like the gymnast, Nadia, after watching the Olympic, then she signed up for acrobatics class. After that, she noticed that she wasn't built to be a Nadia, and she would never be. She had to be herself. People think about what do other thinks of them. How are they seen? We ask questions and contort ourselves to get answers that don't hurt. We adjust height and compensate in order to manage our differentness in relation to the spaces we find ourselves. Also, when she got admission into Princeton University, that was mostly populated by the whites, she felt different too. Even though she had been admitted to the school, that didn't necessarily grant her a sense of belonging. She started to catch small hesitation as someone new took in the sight of her, needing that extra second to compute her differentness. Her group of friends was her solace, but then she had to step out of her comfort zone to do the work of college. Since she was in college, she had to do assignments, projects, and she can't find that alone in her group of friends. She had to go out of her way to do those things. Whether people see us as different or unentitled, we have a choice about it. You could let your life, your actions represent your truth. You could keep showing up and keep doing the work. You could attach better feelings to your differentness. And when you start to rewrite the story of not matching, you start to find a new center. You remove yourself from other people's mirror and begin speaking more fully about your experience. Next slide, please. And this is chapter 5. It is talking about the kitchen table. This chapter is called My Kitchen Table, and I find that really fascinating, and I wondered what she meant by kitchen table. This chapter is all about friendship, and she started by narrating how she used to call some of her friends to spend the weekends relaxing and bonding during the weekends in White House. That was an opportunity for them all to reset their priorities, temporarily forget the kids, partners, unfinished chores, and looming deadlines. She made us understand that you don't get to make all the rules in friendship. What really matters is that you keep showing up in closeness, in commitment, and in compromise. And you will get to a point in life when you have a couple of friends who you are invested in and they are also invested in you. Nowadays, you hear people say things like, I don't have friends, or I don't like making friends. People find it weird and awkward to pursue a potential friend, and they don't see a point in making friends, especially if a friend has betrayed them before. But making a friend involves taking a risk. It means swallowing a little fear. You have to be willing to accept the possibility that maybe you won't end up friends with this person after all. And the fact that a friend has betrayed you before should not influence your decision of not making friends. Michelle referred to her friend group as her kitchen table, and those people are the ones she trusted, delighted in, and relied on. Most and for whom she would do anything. She made us understand that a kitchen table is never stagnant. Friends will come and go, taking on more or less importance as you move through different phases of life. Can a friend fulfill every of your need? The answer is no. That is why you need to continue making room at your table and keep yourself open to gathering more friends. The best way to be a friend to someone is to revel in their uniqueness, appreciate them for what they bring, and love them for who they are. Strong friendships are the result of strong intentions, and you need to be deliberate about who you make space for on your table. Next slide, please. Let me start by saying that this is my favorite chapter in the book, and it talks about giving a voice to your stories. It is titled The Whole of Us. Michelle started by telling us that successful men and women who seem to have and do it all, running empires and running their homes, we see them sitting on top of a symbolic pyramid, balanced and in control, but it's only thanks to the effort of a team who have devoted themselves to that person's efficiency and care. So everyone that is here right now, do you achieve things and become successful all on your own? Is there no one that has contributed to that achievement? China Clayton, Michelle's assistant, opened up to her one day about her father who was in prison for 10 years. China had been ashamed of that part of her life, and opening up turned out to be a kind of unburdening, a letting go of something she'd been holding for a long time. It can be relieving when you take calculated risk and let something out of the vault, releasing yourself from the obligation to keep it hidden. It might take years, but it is important to give a voice to your stories. What are the experiences that made you into who you are right now? What is that weakness or struggle that made it difficult to navigate your way to success? When you share your story, you are creating a wider sphere in which people could feel visible and know that they belong. People have shared stories that I can relate with, and that has always made me feel like I am not alone in this. Amanda Gorman, who despite growing up with an auditory processing disorder, recites poems with a rare oratory skills. Michelle described her voice as pure power and a source of hope. She converted what felt like a vulnerability into a unique asset. You have to understand that your differences, weakness, disabilities, struggles are treasures. They are useful, valid, and important to share. They are training grounds for your success. Sometimes when the obstacles feel like a whole lot and you feel tired, remember the power of small actions. That was in chapter 1 where we talked about the power of small. Remember the power of small actions and the small ways you can allow yourself to reset and restore. You can also become a safe vessel for the stories of others. Practice what it feels like to receive another person's truth with kindness. This is how empathy works. It's how differentness starts to weave into togetherness. Next slide, please. We have come to the end of the 6 chapters. Now, before I leave you today, remember to give yourself over to something smaller than your fears and worries. Learn how to be comfortably afraid. Stay balanced and think clearly in its presence. Put out gladness out first and up front. Acknowledge your own light and start everything kind. Take a risk and make friends. There is definitely richness and safety to be found in other people. Give a voice to your stories. The stories widen the view of what is possible. Next slide. Thank you, everyone.
Wow.
Woo, go and drink water. Go and drink water.
I know.
I was going to say that. I was going to say, just catch your breath.
Your team members, they don't like you. They now, I don't, it is well. Oh. To be honest, the fact that you alone carried the burden of this presentation, kudos to you. Kudos to you. The fact that you were able to pull through and, do it all through, I respect you, to be honest. All right, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, so first of all, well done, Aminat, for the good presentation. The fact that I noticed that you were tired at some point, but you still kept the pace, so well done. Well done for still pulling through regardless. But quick question on your teammates. Did you inform Daytopia with regards to this presentation that you as to the reason why your teammates are not present today?
Okay, Temiloluwa informed us late yesterday night that she had an emergency today. So I don't know if our team lead Bolanle, if she informed Daytopia, and today around 2 o'clock, Bolanle herself messaged me that her battery was low. She said she's on the road and she's in a noisy place that she will not be able to make it. So I
Which
had
one of
to
them? Her battery is low or she's in a noisy place?
the two together. She said she's traveling and her battery is also low. So she will not be able to make it.
Okay. Well, I'll have a team meeting with your team as soon as possible. But well done for still coming in to present, because it would have been automatic elimination. So well done. Good structure. I love the fact that you structured your presentation chapter by chapter. And honestly, I've been seeing the book a lot. So I've not read the book, but listening to this conversation, to this presentation made me feel like, I've read the book, which is the essence of this presentation, right? Because you went through each chapter, you even explained our points very well. You explained our points very well, and then you put in your thoughts about the points as well. So well done, well done. Confident presentation as well. It's just that you didn't add any critiques. Is it that the book is so good that there is no critique to what she has shared, or you just feel like the book is perfect? So I would have loved to see some critiques about the book, and it would have made me feel like you really have a deep understanding. Aside from what she has said, you also, when you try to relate it to your own personal life, you thought this didn't work for me, so relating it to personal life as well. But anyhow, every other thing is good. Well done, well done.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Mr. Ridwan, you have your hands. Oh, you're in there, James. Can you put down your hands, please? Yeah. Mr. Ridwan, you can go on, yeah?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Aminat, that was really good. That was really good. I was really impressed. I think your team members not being around could have been to your team's favor because you killed it. If other team members were around, I don't know, somebody could have maybe not presented one of the slides properly, or they would have had network challenges and would have taken from the presentation. So you're being able to present everything on your own is really commendable. Well done. So my hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I love the energy of the presentation from beginning to the end. And that also lets everyone know that one person can actually take all of your presentations. So that's why I don't like when I see people take presentations that are just 2-3 slides and they mess it up. I mean, that has just shown that you can actually take all your presentation. And it's the same thing that I advise. When you are coming for a presentation, everybody should be able to present the slides. You must be able to present the slides just in case. In our own case too, some of our team members were not available, and that's why she had to take everything on her own. So imagine if she didn't read the book or she didn't prepare for the slides, she would have just messed up the presentation. So that's why I'm giving you a lot of kudos, and I expect everybody to do the same thing for their presentation. Again, I like the fact that those slides were simple, and each chapter, you had appropriate pictures for each slide, or for the theme of each slide. I love that about the slides. Again, the chapter by chapter review that you did, I think most of the ones that we've seen today were summaries with page references, but yours was different. It was chapter by chapter, and I loved it. So this is the essence of doing a book review. I've not read the book, but clearly I have to look for that book because of the way you presented the book, and you've made me interested in reading the book, and I will look out for that book and read it. Then finally, I was going to ask you if you actually read the book until you mentioned your favorite chapter, which was, I think, chapter 5 or 6. So that made me believe that you actually read the book and you were in love with that slide. So I'm going to leave this presentation. I'm going to go away with a quote or with something that you mentioned just to tell you how engrossed I was in your presentation. So there was a part that you mentioned, I think it was chapter 2 or so, that there will always be fear, but you have to be comfortable in the presence of fear. I like that particular one. So that's why I'm eventually going to read the book. So you did a very good job of doing a summary of that book. I have to just commend you for the job well done. Thank you, Amina.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Adetaya, you had your hands up. I think
Yes,
probably, yeah.
I did. did or I do. Which one? I'm even lost. Aminat, may I ask you, is this your first time presenting?
My second time.
Oh, just your own self, solo, doing it yourself?
This is my first time.
Oh, I could sense that. I won't give any comments. You did a good job. I must commend you. You had a lot of emotions in your voice, and that is where I want you to watch it. For public speakers, we can easily read emotion in voices. So you had a bit of disappointment. You almost transmitted that in your voice. You know, everybody's saying the good parts, and I love all the good parts, and they are true. But I just want you to watch that part. When you sense those type of disappointment, you don't transfer it in your voice. There was a time you were trying to tell the Dr. Juby to move the slide, and she wasn't moving it on time. The aggression was a bit there. I'm not saying you've done anything bad. I could understand the frustration and the disappointment of your colleagues, but just try to watch that in case of next time. All right? Well done. You did well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adita. I was also going to say that you could better manage your exhaustion as well. Exhaustion, if I'm calling it right. Towards the end, it was obvious that you were getting exhausted. And then I could see it in your voice. You were like, and you know, those sighing, yeah, you shouldn't be. You started really well. You could have held it to the end. You know, just so that next time you are aware of that. Even if it's not going the way you expect it to go, just try to make sure that you're able to manage your emotions, like the Tayo said, and your exhaustion as well. Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I won't say team next Exos because the team is not here. So I'll say thank you very much, Aminat Bello, for such a wonderful presentation. Although you've earned the scores that you've earned on behalf of your team. So well done. All right, we're going to move to the next team quickly. We've spent time so much. So that's Team Fireflies. Team Fireflies, are you ready?
Yes, Ma, we're ready.
Yes, so Ridwan said nobody should tension me, please. And I'm sorry, it wasn't like I wasn't moving the slide, but for some reason my screen just went frozen, and I was trying to click on it. It wasn't clicking. I don't know why. And all of a sudden it went back. I was trying to move the slides for you, but it wasn't just moving at that time. So I apologize for that if that had affected your confidence in any way. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, Team Fireflies, are you sharing your screen yourself, or you want me to do that from my hand?
Help us share this time.
Okay, let's find it first. It feels like you guys have presented before. Just 1 minute, I'm just trying to look for the slide. Yeah, 1 minute, please. Where is it? So your time starts when you start talking.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, esteemed judges and fellow participants. Today, I am excited to present to you on a book that launches us into a world of personal finance and wisdom, brought to us by a timeless classic, The Richest Man in Babylon, authored by George S. Clason.
This book, written close to a century ago in 1926, is still considered a personal finance classic today. Its principles continues to impact its readers around the world due to its invaluable insights into wealth building and financial success, taught through parables, proverbs, and metaphors. Alongside myself, I have my brilliant team members, David Akintola, Emmanuel Oyeke, and Abdusalam Abdurazak. Next slide, please. Okay. I cannot see the slides. All right. So alongside myself and my team members, together we are delighted to present to you on the profound lessons and strategies from this literary gem. The Richest Man in Babylon tells us a story of Akkad and how he acquired wealth. In chapter 3, Akkad, known for his prosperity and ability to maintain wealth, was invited to the king's palace to educate 100 men on the keys to financial success. He began his lectures with the 7 cures of a lean purse, found in page 34 to page 48 rather. He began with pay yourself first. This is one principle Akkad told to anyone who approached him for success tip, whether his friend or the 100 men before him. He told them about his encounter with the rich man Al-Gabash, the principle of saving at least 1/10 of your earning, however small you earn. He mentioned that a part of all you earn is yours to keep. It should not be less than 1/10, no matter how little you earn. Cure number 2, spend on necessities. There are needs and there are wants and there are desires, but there is something called a necessity. What becomes a priority should be a function of your need. It is important to cut off non-value adding expenditure and have a budget. Let your spending revolve around the 90%. Having mentioned this point, some raised some concern. Oh, I'm here because what I earn is not enough for me to take care of my expenditures or me and my family. Yet you mentioned that I should save. Some even mentioned that the idea of budget is just a constraint on their comfort. Understanding their plight, Akkad mentioned that the principle of a budget is to fatten thy purse. It is to assist thee with thy necessities and insofar as attainable thy other needs. The next principle was on investment. Make your money work for you. I can't liken an investment to buying a slave. You'd have their children and children work for you. Never depend on one source. The richest men of today, talk about Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, even in Nigeria, Dangote. And yes, we have Mr. X, speaking about Elon Musk. All these men have different streams of income. The 4th cure, next slide, please. Guard your money from losses. Akkad learned this principle the hard way, losing his entire 1-year savings from wrong investment with an inexperienced blacksmith. To be safe, ensure you invest in things that you are knowledgeable about. If not, seek counsel for those who have knowledge in wealth building. Additionally, he mentioned that rather than work all day in your, say, 9 to 5 or 6 to 6, however it works, make sure, in order to pay a landlord, why not own your own property? It saves you a lot of money, which you can well invest and earn more. So Akkad recommends that every man should own his own roof to shelter him and his. Furthermore, he emphasized on the need to ensure for time of, say, emergencies or contingent issues, retirement, or at worst, death. This is one principle people fail to keep, yet is crucial in the quest for financial success. Lastly, in your ability to increase, he mentioned that an individual should learn or should increase their ability to earn by investing to learn more skills. It fuels your desire and capacity to create long-lasting wealth. While Akkad's friend thought it was luck or the goddess of wealth who blessed him, some said it was his encounter with the wealthy Al-Gamash, whose wealth he acquired. He immediately protested, saying he told Knights work harder than all his co-workers and proved he was capable of managing wealth. In all, Akkad, next slide, please. In all, Akkad was saying, take actions. Opportunity wastes no time with those who are unprepared. Finally, after all his lectures, he made it a point to emphasize on the importance of living life. Life is too short, he says. Enjoy life while you are here. Do not overstrain or try to save too much. If 1/10 of all your earning is as much as you can comfortably keep, be content and keep that portion. Found in page 1, chapter 1, page 22. This part got me to think about myself. I save a lot, but then I find it difficult to spend on my necessities. And sure, you enjoy life while trying to save. As we navigate through the 7 cures of the book, there's more to learn. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Okay, thank you. The clay tablet. Personally, I understand that this chapter basically focuses on the importance of financial education and the wisdom of seeking advice from knowledgeable sources. The author made a proverb. He said, if a man be lucky, there is no foretelling the possibilities or the extent of his good fortune. Pitch him into the Euphrates, he will still come out strong. Personally, as you can see from the screen, the importance of financial education focuses on the power of knowledge. They can make informed decisions, take steps towards financial independence. Akkad actually underscores the power of knowledge in transforming one's financial situation. He says seeking wise counsel. He furthermore demystified that seeking counsel advocates advice of experts and experienced individuals in financial matters, those who have actually gone ahead in that areas. Applying principle. Akkad emphasized that knowledge alone is not enough. It must be applied to see results. Over the years, I have understood that knowledge applied tends to be understanding. So an adumbration of what you have known can be applied, and it will be obvious that it has been understood. So knowledge applied tends to bring forth result. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see, the next slide. The 5 laws or principles of gold. The author was able to demystify this. The first one is gold comes easily to those who save. Those come to those who save at least 1/10 of their earnings. This emphasized the need for savings. The law was illustrated through the story of Akkad, a poor scribe who seeks advice from Agamish, the richest man in Babylon. Agamish tells him the importance of saving a portion of his earnings, not necessarily eating all or using all. No matter how small it is, it tends to accumulate as time goes on and it can become useful. Secondly, as you can see from the screen, gold labors diligently and multiplies when invested wisely. This law, I believe, could be adumbrated from the story of Banshee and Kobe, 2 friends who were skilled in their trade but failed to go their way due to poor investment. They were not necessarily knowledgeable on the right choice of investment to make. They learned from their mistake and eventually meet Dabisi. Dabisi was a wise money lender who teaches them how to choose profitable venture. He was skilled earlier in that area. Gold clings to the cautious owners who invest it under the advice of knowledgeable persons. This demystifies that if you look at the from the chapter we read or from the chapter I studied part time, Sharon Nada emphasized this law, his characters. He inherits a fortune, I believe, and seeks advice from different individuals. He seeks advice from different sources. He ends up losing his wealth due to reckless decisions. He made the first decision. He learned that seeking counsel from wise and experienced individuals is crucial in making investment decisions. This can also be applied in our life. Even personally, I think I could remember 2 years ago, I made a decision and I was not so expertise in that area. And I regretted even till now, as I was even able to lose a lot of money. God slips away from the man who invests in business or purpose which he is not acquainted with. As you can see, the law is illustrated from the book, The Story of Namasi. A merchant who invests his gold in venture he doesn't have any prior knowledge about. He didn't even carry out a feasibility study. He just received advice from a salesman who was not even expertise in that area. He loses his gold venture, he loses everything he has. The lesson I could even deduce from this chapter was the fact that we should tend to invest in those areas we know area. Before even venturing into an investment, one need to carry out a study to know what or how to go about it. If possible, consult persons who have gone ahead in that area. God flees from those who try to force it into impossible earnings or who follow the alluring advice of trickers and scammers. People tend to accumulate wealth, not even necessarily. So the final law is exemplified, I believe, through the story of Arad Gula, who follows the advice of a smooth-selling spectator and loses his gold in risky investment. This law warns against the allure or the quick wish intention for someone to constantly accumulate wealth. Personally, from an overview, I was able to understand that these stories combined with the laws provide timeless lessons even for individuals, those who tend to read this book, who care. Timeless lesson of financial wisdom, how to be prudent or how to be a prudent investor, seeking guidance from experts in related areas, and avoid risky endeavors to achieve wealth and prosperity. At this point, I'm able to call Salam to take us through the next phase.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I'll be walking us through the principle of lending. In the chapter 6, page 80 to 81, the gold lender of Babylon walked us through the principle of lending. He stated, give an amount convenient for you. The gold lender advises his friend who came to him for some lending advice. He started by telling a parable of a farmer who owned an ox and a donkey. The primary lesson explained that providing assistance to another should never result in you taking on the burden yourself. Secondly, securitization, that is, securing a collateral for penny lent. Each time you lend, you should take a token, that is, a down payment or a collateral. The person who took the loan may not pay you back. In that case, sell the collateral and regain your principal. The gold lender used this principle, collecting robes, rug, sheep of whomever he lent money to. And lastly, you should not lend to people who don't have a source of income unless a credible third party guarantees to repay the loan in the event. And ensure you do not lend money to people who are very emotional and make bad choices in matters of money. Let's have David for further exposure.
Thank you very much, Salam. Please, next slide. The richest man in Babylon emphasizes the key financial principles such as saving a portion of one's earnings, investing wisely, avoiding excessive debt, and seeking opportunities to grow wealth. These principles align with sound financial practices and have been embraced by many of the wealthiest individuals in the world. By following these principles, individuals are able to build a strong foundation for their financial well-being and achieve their wealth accumulation goals. Please, next slide. Research suggests that a significant number of the world's wealthiest individuals today adhere closely to and implement many of the principles articulated in this book. This classic book offers valuable financial advice and insights that have stood the test of time. It appears that these principles have contributed to the success and wealth accumulation of numerous individuals in contemporary society. And this image currently on the slide is an image gotten from Statista showing how number of people spread across different countries. And we have China having most of the richest people in the world, followed by United States, then India. Next slide, please. And the next slide is my conclusion. And it's important to know that while this book was written in the context of ancient Babylon, its wisdom has proven to be relevant across different eras and cultures. The lessons I learned from this book will continue to resonate and provide valuable insights for me and others seeking to achieve financial success, security, and financial freedom. What I'm saying is I would continually go back to this book anytime I have issues with how to manage my wealth in the nearest future because I can see it coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for your presentation. Good job, guys, Team Fireflies. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to echo. This is not me talking, but I will just echo what the mentors are saying. What's there's something up about David's voice? What's going on? And this guy will just come and give us bedroom voice treatment and put all of us in that mood. I don't understand, David. I don't get it. Tell us what's the secret.
It's only your voice I'm hearing. I can't hear other mentors.
That's what I'm echoing what they are saying. No, it's not me
Thank
talking.
you, Brother.
Thank you. It's only our voice. So.
It's not me that is talking. No, it's just they are not confident enough to come out and say it. So, but I'm talking on their behalf. So, David, whatever you are doing, it is well. All right, I can't comment because any comment that I make now, it will be false because David has already he has won my heart with his voice. So I'm going to call someone that will be a bit more critical about your presentation. Read one.
Thank you. I have to be extra critical now because you say that guy has stolen your what? The guy
please,
I have to be extra. Somebody wants to sweep my Dr. Jimmy off her face. No. Where is that team again? Let's start.
Sir, please, temper justice with mercy.
Okay. So I think you guys did a very good job with the with your presentation, you know. So again, I mean, page references in all your slides. So what I would say is, personally, I think it's it will be nice to do a chapter by chapter summary if you're going to do a book summary. Why I say that is because it helps you flow the idea from the first chapter to the last chapter, so we can follow the line of thought as the author writes from the beginning to the end. So personally, I like the chapter by chapter review. However, of course, you guys have done your homework with the book and then with your page referencing. You guys also have two very good presenters, not to take away anything from the other two, but I think, again, if you are in a group, you guys need to play to your strength. The first and the last presenter, they were very, very strong presenters. So I don't know if you guys planned it or if it was just coincidental, but it was very good that you had Bolade start and David finish, so that David can captivate my Dr. Jumi's attention. Yeah, then but my major concern with your presentation is this. Your slides the designs were very poor on those slides. Extremely poor. In fact, I was going to tell Dr. Jumi to put up the slides, and I want to do a slide by slide review of what you guys have done. It was really poor. The backgrounds used on the slides were not good. They can't be using, in fact, sometimes you struggle to read the content on each slide. Yeah, so I just wanted to show you guys so you can avoid this kind of mistakes. So look at these slides now. There are too many things going on these slides. So look at the way you wrote 7 cures of, you had a different font with that. Then by the time you move to Olympus, it's a different font. The way you wrote chapter 2 to 3, different fonts. You could also use different colors just to draw more attention on whatever you want to say on the slide. So look at this chapter 2, page 15 under your first point. Look at the font you used. See the font you used for chapter 3. Then the quotes to a part of all you look at the font you used for the quote. That's for the first one. The second place to see the quote, see the font you use, different fonts. If you can move to going to the bottom of the slide where you have your fireflies, it's covering whatever is written there. So I would recommend that you move this logo to top, somewhere on the top right, where it doesn't interfere with whatever you have on your slide. So let's move on to the next one. So for the next slide, let's move to the next slide. So the next slide, look at the background too. You can probably struggle to read. First of all, I didn't even know that you numbered it 4, 5, 6, and 7. Then when you got to 5, you use white there, and then the others were black. The background that you have there didn't make it easy for us to read what to add in these boxes, right? didn't make it easy to read what you had in these boxes. So you need to, just keep your slides simple. Keep it simple and clear. Yeah. Let's move on to the next slide. So the same thing. So this slide, this one looks okay, but the challenge here is that there's something you call justify. When you wrote this, your opportunity is blah blah blah. You need to justify this by justification. If you go to, let me show you how to justify. Dr. Jumi, please go to you know this paragraph section. Yeah, when you click on this, the fourth one, yes, that is justify. So when you write, just click on justify. It arranges your whatever you have written, arranges it properly instead of having some that will be skewed to the right or to the left. So that helps your presentation. So move to the next slide. Slide 6. So slide 6, what did I say on slide 6? Yeah, slide 6. Slide 6 too, I think you had different fonts. Then the clay tablet of Babylon. Everything here should actually be on one line, not on two lines. You might just want to adjust the font size so that everything can stay on one line. Yeah. Then because you didn't have enough space, that's why you have to now squeeze the importance of financial education. So the whole thing did not align properly. Yeah. Next slide, please. Slide 7. Okay, no, slide 8. So slide 8, so the background didn't make it easy for the choice of, so to make your presentations better, I think you should just stick to white background. White background makes everything you write on that background to be legible and nobody will be struggling to see what you wrote. Then you would also notice that some of the fonts were in bold italics while the others were not. So the two that are in the middle were bold, you can see, gold labels diligent, while the other three were not in bold italics. So you need to watch out for those inconsistencies. So move to the next one. So this one to the slides is just all over the place, different font size on the same slides. You need to watch out for it. Slide 10. So here again, another thing that I've noticed is that on all your slides, you don't have consistencies in the background. You have on this slide that the background is black. On another one, the background is, I don't know what color that is. Is that yellow or what? So you have different things on the background. So then look at this, click to add text. So there's a text box that you even forgot to delete here. Click to add text. I've seen 2 of them on these slides already. These are the kind of things you need to watch out for. You need to review your slides properly. Then on this slide 11, the text you have on the right, David, you are the one that have sweet voice. I mean, yeah, read it. Read what you have here. If you read it, it doesn't make sense to you, or it doesn't convey the idea you are trying to pass. If you read it, I didn't understand what you guys wrote here. Research has proven that most of the wealthiest, richest people in the world today have good numbers that go pay close attention to. That sentence is incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. So that's where I expect that you need to proofread everything on your slide. If you don't do it, if David prepares the slides, Bolade should be reviewing, and the other 2 guys should be reviewing, if you don't want to do everything alone. But somebody else to proofread. There's no way the 4 of you read this slide and then agreed this is the best way to convey this information. There's no way you guys would have read it. So these are, the slides was just a whole, I struggled with your slides a lot. In fact, the slides stressed me a lot when I was looking at the slide. I like the presentation, but the slides wasn't good enough. Then finally, Emmanuel, when you were doing your presentation, I just want to bring something to your attention. And I don't want you to take it in a bad way because it has happened to me too. I think while I was in the university or just shortly after I finished my wife, I was greeting a lady that lived close to my house. This lady, with all humility, she's not, an educated person. So while I was passing by, I just greeted the lady and I said, good evening. That's in my mind, I said good evening. But this woman just coming back and said, I thought you went to school. How can you be saying good evening? So when she made that comment, I had to say it again to be sure that that's what I said. And I realized that that was exactly what I said. What that woman did was to make me conscious that anytime I wanted to say either good evening or good morning or whatever, I was saying good instead of good. I don't know why, but that was what I was saying. So what I noticed was when you were doing your presentation, there was a part you mentioned no matter how small. But what I heard was no matter how small. Yeah, that's what I heard. And I think it's just for you to, we make those mistakes. So don't worry. I used to make some of those mistakes, but with consciousness, when someone tells you about it, just take those feedback and then be more conscious of how you say things. Some of these things we say them and we don't even know. It's until someone brings them to your attention that you understand. So you guys did well with your presentation, but I just thought you could do a lot better with your slide. Thank you.
All right, so can I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Stan, for the reviews. I just feel like your review on the slides, you were basically like lecturing me. This is the first slide I've ever made, like ever. And I had to do it like at the last minute because some things were not right, basically. So I just had to do it last minute over the night so we can have something to present. So I'll make sure to do better if ever I'm going to make slides. And thank you so much, Stan, for pointing that out. I take the fall for the team. I just had to do something.
Thanks for taking responsibility for it. That's why we are here. We are here to improve every one of us and to make ourselves better. In as much as we are trying to let you learn from our experiences, we are also learning from you guys too. So just take those feedback, practice, and you'll get better at it. Well done.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands up.
Yeah, to be honest, I wanted to even lower my because Mr. Giwa said almost everything I put in my notepad. But I'll just reiterate what you said. Well done to the team. Really confident presentation, good presentation. I loved it. I really enjoyed your presentation. I was totally engaged. Good presenters. But like Dr. Mr. Idol has said, work on the slides. I put really poor slides as well. So just he has mentioned everything. Work on it. I love the fact that you really talked about personal experience. I think that's one thing I wanted to add. Personal experience and how you've been able to learn from the book, how you've been able to use it. I love the fact that Emmanuel mentioned how he lost money in making some investment I didn't know much about, which was one of the lessons from the book. This is what I love to hear that, okay, this book said this, and relating it to my personal experience, this actually happened and I learned from it. So that's good. And then I didn't feel the stats was doing justice to whatever it is you wanted to portray, which Mr. Aridon has mentioned. But overall, well done to you guys.
Okay, let me just summarize what they just said. They are saying that you cannot bamboozle us with your sweet voice, David. That even though you have a sweet voice, you and Bolade, that they can still see beyond those wonderful voices that you have. That's just what they are trying to say. Okay, but I'm glad that you did agree with some of the feedbacks that they've given, and it's good that somebody is taking responsibility for it. Okay, all right, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Bolade, David, and Emmanuel. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Wonderful voices. All right, so we're going to move to the next team presenting, and that's Team Matrix. Team Matrix needs no introduction. We know them. We know them by their good job that they've been doing. Let's hope that they give us a good presentation today as well. All right, your time starts once you start presenting, once you start talking.
The journey of an entrepreneur does not begin with money. Neither does it begin with money. It begins with meaning. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, accurate timekeepers, and co-reviewers. My name is Testimoniola Teju from Team Matrix, and I'm the founder of a digital marketing business. Together with me on this call are the rest of the members of the team, which are Okara Fortunoyere, the owner of NT Cakes and Treats, Ade Akobi Josephine, the owner of K Footwear, and Daniel Abioye, the founder of EduSTEM Tech Resources. Please, at this point, kindly permit us to switch off our video in order to boost our network connection. From the brief introduction I just gave, I'm sure you already have an idea of what we've decided to review so we can all learn. Thus, let's kindly hear your view by dropping your opinion in the comment section on the concept of the book we are reviewing. Thank you all for participating. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a form of discussion, I and my wonderful teammates will be reviewing the book, The Entrepreneurial Calling by Niyi Kolade. The book being reviewed is the first edition, and it was published in the year 2020 with a number of 55 pages. The Entrepreneurial Calling is about understanding the nitty-gritty of entrepreneurship with respect to its origin, objectives, characteristics, practice, as well as application, by speaking on 5 major aspects of entrepreneurship as described by the author Niyi Kolade in the book. However, as a team, we've coined the abbreviation NTV to describe these 5 aspects. A standing for action, I for innovation, M representing mission, T for traction, and V for vision. Now, the author of the book, Mr. Niyi Kolade, is a senior executive officer of the University of Ibadan, who is popularly known for one of his best-selling books titled Elites on entrepreneurship, leadership, innovation, transformation, and energy. He founded the Star Students Club and invested in games like Scriptstars and Entrumpo, which have succeeded globally. Also, Mr. Kolade holds a master's degree in entrepreneurship education and is currently pursuing a PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to commence this great discussion, let's hear from Chinoye, the baker and mistress. Chinoye, what exactly is entrepreneurship as at today, as described by the author in page 16?
Thank you so much, Testimony. According to the author, entrepreneurship is the art of being an entrepreneur, which involves transforming innovations into economic goals through innovative activities, financial acumen, and business acumen. Entrepreneurs are visionary leaders which are willing to take risks and exercise initiative, taking advantage of the market opportunities by planning, organizing, and deploying resources to create new and improving existing products and services. Now, what does entrepreneurship goes beyond? Entrepreneurship goes beyond starting a business and undertaking innovations. Basically, entrepreneurship is about problem solving and opportunity finding. Its reward is impact and profits.
Great. Thank you so much, Chinoye. However, building on what Chinoye just said, Josephine, I would like to ask you, why did the author say that the reward of an entrepreneur is impact and profits? Because we've known since our young age that the sole aim of an entrepreneur is to make profit. So why impact?
Yeah, thank you so much, Testimony. Entrepreneurship is not just a display of genius or acumen. It goes beyond innovation and value creation. Entrepreneurship is a calling, a discipline, a liberating and creative career that requires clear vision, a strong passion, as well as raw intellectual horsepower for tangible and visible expression. Thus, we have 2 kinds of entrepreneurs, the social entrepreneur and the business entrepreneur. The social entrepreneur who solves social problems and makes impact, and the business entrepreneur who looks for opportunities, seizes them, and makes profits.
Great, Josephine. Thus, that means Daniel and everyone else who solve social problems in order to make impacts like Daytopia as social entrepreneurs, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, thank you so much, Josephine, once again. Hi, Daniel. Are you still here with us?
Yes, of course.
Okay, great. So you've been silent for too long, thus I would like you to step up now. So on page 17, the author made a statement that all entrepreneurs are leaders, but not all leaders are entrepreneurs. Please, can you kindly shed more light on that statement?
Thank you so much. So while entrepreneurship is perceived to be about innovation and leadership, no doubt it's also about vision. But in order to clearly and intelligently communicate the message inherent in the book, that the author coined the word innovation. This word formed from 2 words, innovation and vision. This is to tell us that entrepreneurship involves both innovation and vision. Simply put, entrepreneurship, therefore, is the function of innovation, because innovation without vision is a limitation, and vision without innovation is an imitation.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Daniel. Therefore, this means that an entrepreneur has to be a visionary and at the same time an innovator. I see. Daniel, can you continue by shedding more light on what exactly is meant by vision according to the book?
Thank you for that brilliant question and testimony. Vision is the picture of the future. Vision is an inner light that brings clarity and familiarity to an uncharted path. Without vision, there is no meaning, and without vision, there is no innovation which can occur. Innovation leads to innovation, which involves doing something differently without deviating from a bigger picture or the purpose of the vision itself. However, the world is not a vacuum, so you have to pick up an assignment and fulfill your calling in the real world, which is the mission as an entrepreneur.
Thank you so much for that clarity on what vision is and its relation with mission. So as much as vision is important, which is the future, as an entrepreneur cannot still do without his mission, which is the present, being referred to by the author as the reward. Great one, Daniel. Chinoye, I would like to hear your view about the portrait of an entrepreneur based on the writings of the author on page 28 to 29.
Thank you so much, Testimony, for that intriguing question. From the book and the entrepreneurial calling, we can see that there is no one definite profile for an entrepreneur, as successful entrepreneurs can come in the various ages, income level, gender, and race. They differ in education and experience. However, as an entrepreneur myself, some of the attributes I got from this book on how to become a successful entrepreneur are financial discipline, creativity, dedication, determination, flexibility, leadership traits, passion, and self-confidence.
Thank you so much for that, Chinoye. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we know that entrepreneurship is a function of innovation, which is vision and innovation, Josephine, let's hear from you. Is it possible for an entrepreneur not to be an innovator?
Yes, it is quite possible, which is due to the fact that diverse forms of entrepreneurship exist, ranging from qualitative to quantitative entrepreneurship and micro to macro entrepreneurship. Quantitative entrepreneurship involves copying and pasting new technologies or innovation. This is to illustrate the recent Thread app introduced by Meta. It's said to be a copy of the Twitter app, which is now X app. Now, on the other hand, qualitative entrepreneurship involves originality and creative thinking. Micro-entrepreneurship involves ideation and construction, while macro-entrepreneurship involves turning business ideas into opportunities, its implementation and exploitation.
Great, thank you, Josephine. We now see that it is possible for an entrepreneur not to be an innovator, as different entrepreneurs practice diverse forms of entrepreneurship. Now, moving forward, the writer spoke on entrepreneurship in the 21st century, where it thoroughly focused on taking actions. Josephine, can you kindly still speak more on the aspect of entrepreneurship in this 21st century?
Great, thank you so much for that brilliant question, Testimony. So the 21st century involves the transmission of ideas, events, and culture over long distances, facilitated by technology and instantaneous methodologies. Thus, entrepreneurs must shift from global to local thinking. That is the involvement of both global and local thoughts process in order to solve community dilemmas, develop economically sound environments, and create culturally responsible enterprises.
From global to local. Brilliant thoughts. Thank you so much, Josephine. As part of taking action and thinking locally as entrepreneurs in the 21st century, we understand that entrepreneurship is about decision making, as an entrepreneur needs to make decisions, and the decisions made can either make or mar an entrepreneur undertaking. Daniel, please kindly discuss with us how you think an entrepreneur can make good decisions.
Thank you so much, Testimony. Thank you so much, Testimony. Can you hear me, please? All right, so to answer that question, I'll refer back to page 42 and 43, where the author, Mr. Nick Colade, spoke on Six Thinking Art by Edward Bono, who pioneered numerous practical thinking tools used worldwide in schools and businesses. Edward's 6 Art is a good decision-making technique and method for group discussion. The first art is the white art, which is the information art, and it requires the wearer, here an entrepreneur, to seek out factual information related to the project and question at hand. The second art, which is the red art, which invites wearer to focus on the intuition, gut reaction, and emotion. Next, we look at the black art, which is the third art, and it is for judgment. And this highlights the weak points of a plan. The fourth art, which is the yellow art, is devoted to benefit, as it helps the wearer to think positively about potential outcome. Also, the merit of an idea. and reach an optimistic assessment of how it works. The green art, which is the fifth art, represents creativity as it explores possibilities and alternatives, also with new ideas. And finally, we have the blue art, which is the organizing art. This controls the process of using other arts and clarifies their objectives.
Great. Thank you so much, Daniel, for those practical steps on decision making that could be applied to other aspects of our lives. Moving forward, we understand that it is very important for every business to continue to remain relevant and sustainable in the world. And for the business to achieve this, it needs to gain traction through business opportunities. Thus, Josephine, I would like to ask you, how can an entrepreneur gain business traction in the present world today?
That's an intelligent question, Testimony. First, business traction is commonly defined as the development and momentum of a startup company. So there are three strategic things that must be done for traction to be achieved and sustained. The first thing is for an entrepreneur to explore a business opportunity with the instrumentality of vision. Secondly, an entrepreneur must exploit the opportunity and take advantage of it, swinging it into action, leveraging the three factors of production: land, labor, and capital. And finally, an entrepreneur must expand the scope of opportunity with the instrumentality of innovation, having run the test of relevance, usefulness, and necessity. So one great example the author used was Ray Kroc, who gained a clear and precise vision, taking McDonald's brother tiny restaurants and putting it on the street corners of all America and different countries through innovation. On the other hand, we have Nokia company, who once failed because they didn't innovate their operations and move with the change and were unable to gain the business traction.
Thank you so much, Josephine, for that great insight from your understanding of the book and the great examples you also gave of a successful entrepreneur and an unsuccessful entrepreneur. Thank you once again, Josephine. Now, my esteemed audience, to bring this to a close, let's kindly watch this video, which shows a message from the author of the book to you and everyone else.
My name is Niyi Kolade, aka Think Up. My philosophy about entrepreneurship is quite simple. I believe that entrepreneurship is a spirit, leadership is its soul, while society is its body. Without the spirit, the body is dead. The entrepreneurial spirit, which we also call the spirit of creativity and innovation, is the building block of the economy. Without creativity, society will be lifeless. And without the force of innovation, the economy will be stagnated. And also, borrowing from the words of Williams Brody, I believe that truly knowledge drives innovation, innovation drives productivity, and productivity drives economic growth. So in all you're getting as an entrepreneur, get knowledge, because without the key of knowledge, things with the key. Be intentional. Look at what you can do, get up and start undertaking responsibilities, and also strive to overtake possibilities. Remember, without ignition, there is no recognition. Your gift is your lift. Stay lifted. Bye for now.
I know you would agree with us that the video was a nice and thoughtful perspective from the author Niyi Kolade about entrepreneurship. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our message to you is that entrepreneurial calling and doing requires not only raw intellectual horsepower, creativity, and passion. It takes massive and coordination action. It takes massive and coordination, action, dedication, and synergy to get a lot done in our lifetime. Therefore, my esteemed audience, get up and start undertaking responsibilities and also strive to overtake possibilities. Thank you from the Entrepreneurs Team Matrix.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to keep a straight face, very straight face, going to mean business with this presentation. We need to be we need to critique this presentation very, very well. So I'm going to call on Mr. Ridwan to give proper critique to this presentation. Please, can you just start with the negatives first? Let's start with the negatives first.
Dr. Jimmy, this people don't have negative.
No, don't be like that. No. We need to start with negatives, and that's why I'm having a very straight face now. Negative only, in fact, no positive. Just the negative.
Mr. Data will have the negative. Me, I'll do the positive. Mr. Data, you do.
Mr. Adetayo, I know I can trust. No, I know I can trust.
I don't have any
negative
for this. Don't
guys,
trust it,
don't disappoint.
No, come on, man. These guys really did a good job. they took it out of the norms and it really gave us something new. I really enjoyed this book review. They didn't do it as if it was a book review. And I like the fact that testimony was hammering on reference to the book, according to how the author said this, according to how the author said that. The only negative I can just say is the use of which for human instead of who or whose. So that is the only negative I could remember. Every other thing was just so smooth. Well done, guys. Well done.
Thank you, Dr.
Read one,
Mr.
negative,
Adetayo.
negative,
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, I will. But we need to give them kudos first. They did a very good job with the book review. I enjoyed it and it was engaging from the beginning. And then I like the style too. The conversational style of presentation was really good. Testimony. I need you to unmute.
Yes, sir.
God. What do you plan to do after graduation?
I plan to be a career person. Actually, I'm studying accounting, so I plan to focus on my profession, and I'm trying to do that by building up myself during this break.
Okay, good to hear. We need more accountants like you. So most of us that are accountants, we just like numbers. We don't, but you should be a special accountant. I love your, of course, everybody likes your voice. Your presentation style is also good. And I think everybody in the team did their job very well. You know, I love the transition. You guys obviously did your homework, obviously did your practice very well, and it came out very well with your presentation. Then the last part of bringing that video that you brought in from the audio that you brought in from the author really just killed the whole thing. Who prepared your slides as well? Who did the slides?
All right, Daniel is the one that's been in charge of our slides. He's a good slide maker.
Oh, Daniel. Daniel, do you do this for a living?
Sir?
Do you slides for a living?
No. I just do it when I have presentations personally.
Okay. I mean, you're pretty good at this. Although for the slides, maybe just some slides. My concern with the slide is just that I think use of color codes maybe sometimes might be distracting, but in terms of the content and the structure of the slides, they are good. My only concern is just maybe a lot of color codes on the slides. So sometimes it might just be, so you are looking at different things at the same time because you are looking at different colors. So that's just what I'm trying to say. So you might just want to watch out for it. Then there's this other lady, Chinonye, only you did very well with your presentation. Just to also let you be aware of something that you said. I noticed during your presentation, you said basically at the point. So just to make you aware that you said something like that, and then just correct yourself and just say basically next time. So, but other than that, I mean, you guys did a very, very, very good job. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ridwan. I think when I first saw the title of the book they were reviewing, in my head, I'm like, wow, I think this is the only team that actually went out of the box to bring a book. This team and the other team that presented on Michelle Obama, that have done something that have not been done before within Daytopia, that reviewed a book that has not been reviewed before within Daytopia. And I liked it because also we don't just want to keep reinventing the wheel, but we also want people that think out of the box. And that's just one thing I liked about. But then the other thing that came to my mind is that how well would you guys be able to do it? And you guys did it. You did it. Everyone was on point within the team. No one let the team down. Daniel was particularly good because I could understand trying to present the slides and manage that slide presentation, and also holding your own fonts. You also presenting your own well as well, making sure that you're following your team members as they're presenting. Like it requires so much focus and dedication, and you did a good job to that. Testimony, you know now. And Josephine is a very nice presenter as well. I feel like she's an untapped resource or asset. She's not mimed yet. She's a gold that is not mimed yet. So she's really, really good as well. I like her voice. I like her presentation, and I like the way she carries herself when speaking as well. So good job, guys. You've done it. You've killed it, and that's it. Okay, thank you. You can stop sharing. You guys cannot even disappoint somebody. Cannot disappoint somebody. Eh?
I just wanted to add with all the praises as well. So I was raising
yes, you have a negative, right? Good.
No. There's no negative. The fact that I've been following the progress of this team, and the first phase wasn't that great, but there's something I can see with every phase is that you are upping your game. It's like you guys are team perfectionists, so you're like, okay, we've done this. The first phase, it wasn't great, and then the second phase, just increased the level. You took a notch, and then this phase, you're coming in with totally different strategy. I like Mr. Rejo said, the conversational presentation. I love it, and the fact that everyone also puts in their own part. You guys just killed it for me, and now I'm just looking at, okay, if this team are progressing at this rate, what are they going to do in the final phase? So you have made me really look forward to the final phase with this team, and I'm just like, okay, I can't wait to see what you guys are even going to come up with the final phase, which is always a very, very interesting one. So once again, well done to you guys, great presenters, fantastic slide. I think Daniel, you need to put this on Fiverr or freelancing platform and start making slides for a living. But well done to you guys. Honestly, you guys did well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. But judges, I would like you to calm down a bit, because we still have another very hot team that is coming very soon, and that's Team Excellence. Team Excellence and Team Matrix, they've been head to head. We've not really known who is better amongst the team. We're still checking. So let's see. They are coming up soon. So let's keep our fingers crossed for their presentation. But up next, we have Team Dynasty. Are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am, we're here. Good afternoon. Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you sharing your slides yourself, or you want me to do that for you?
Yes, we'll be sharing our slides.
Okay, that's perfect.
Good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aishat Adama Adamu, the team lead for Team Dynastia. Just so you know, Dynastia is the Greek word for dynasty. Presenting alongside myself are my beautiful teammates, Patience Obande and Bukari Shakirat Bodoatipe. On this August day in August, we'll be sharing with you a review on the best book ever read, Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson, MD. But would like to pick your indulgence to put off our cameras while we make our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So recently, I came across a group of colleagues who found themselves in a challenging situation due to technological advancements. So their company decided to implement a new software system that would revolutionize their daily workflow. Initially, this change brought a wave of uncertainty and resistance among the employees, including my friends. However, amidst this chaos, there were few individuals who stood out. Now, let me take Sarah, for example. She was always known for her meticulous approach to work, relying on traditional methods. Yet, Sarah recognized the inevitability of change and decided to embrace it wholeheartedly. She started attending training sessions and sought guidance from experts, and even spent extra hours practicing the new software. Then there was Mark. A self-proclaimed tech enthusiast, he had always been an early adopter of new gadgets and software. When the news of the new software came, Mark was so excited, he dove headfirst into exploring the new system and even went beyond the initial requirements, discovering shortcuts, hidden features that will make life easy for every employee. And lastly, there is Lisa. Lisa was initially resistant to the change. She found it was difficult to let go of her familiar routines and even feared that the new software would disrupt her efficiency. However, instead of dwelling in her fears, Lisa decided to take a step back and reflect. She realized that change was a natural part of growth and that resisting it would only hinder her progress. Now, this real life story I just shared with you mirrors the central themes of Who Moved My Cheese? The importance of adapting to change. Just like the characters in the book faced the challenge of finding new cheese when their old supply ran out, Sarah, Mark, and Lisa embraced the need for change and ultimately thrived in their new environment. So my fellow Daytopians, as we embark on this review of Who Moved My Cheese, let's keep these stories in mind as a reminder that change can be embraced and conquered, leading to personal and professional growth. So let's dive straight into it for an insightful and amazing moment. So yes, in a world marked by constant change and uncertainty, Who Moved My Cheese by Patrick Spencer Johnson and the foreword written by Kenneth Hartley Blanchard, Johnson's co-author, in The 1 Minute Manager was published on September 8, 1998, which stands as a beacon of insight and inspiration. This thought-provoking book uses a deceptively simple allegory to convey profound wisdom about human behaviors and our responses to change. With its allegorical journey through a maze, Johnson invites readers, but for the sake of this presentation, I like to invite listeners to confront their attitude towards change and adaptability, and also learn valuable real-life lessons along the way. Who Moved My Cheese? It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of complacency and the importance of embracing change. So the book is a fun little read, which falls under the self-help genre, which is also one of the most popular non-fiction genres. This self-help book exists to help people help themselves. Therefore, I will want you to know that as you listen to a review on this best book ever read, you're already on your journey to helping yourself. This book represents a part of us all, the simple, the complex, using 4 main characters. So just you wait, you'll be surprised as to what these characters look like and what each of them represent. So we can agree that if there's anything that is constant in life, it is change. And I can tell you for free that this book is an amazing way to deal with change, be it personal, professional, family, the list is endless. Daily Telegraph says, Who Moved My Cheese is one of the best successful business book ever. If you have read this book, do you agree with that statement? And if you've not read the book, after this review, would you agree with this statement? I think that's exactly what we're about to find out. So this review aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of the book, highlighting its key themes, its strengths, and even practical application. So Aisha, over to you as we make progress.
Thank you, Patience. So a brief summary of this book. The narrative unfolds with 4 amazing characters, 2 mice, Sniff and Scurry, and 2 little people, Hem and Haw, all seeking cheese in a maze. Cheese here is represented by a metaphor for what we want in life, a good job, money, relationship, and whatever. And a maze in this story represents where we spend our time looking for what we want, as stated in page 14 of the book. As the cheese disappears, these differing reactions reveal contrasting approaches to change. The mice quickly adapt and move on, while the little people struggle, resist, and eventually learn to adapt. Through this tale, Johnson elucidates the significance of embracing change and the consequences of clinging to old patterns. Now let's take a brief analysis of the story, Who Moved My Cheese? Johnson's allegory resonates deeply, encouraging readers to reflect on their own reactions to change. The characters symbolize distinct mindsets. Sniff, who detects change early. Scurry, who immediately takes action. Hem, who denies and resists change, for fear that it will lead to something worse. And Haw, who eventually embraces change when he sees it can lead to something better, as stated on page 12 of the book, Who Moved My Cheese? This straightforward setup becomes a mirror, compelling us to assess which character we identify with and how we can better navigate change. The allegory's simplicity is its strength, as it allows readers to grasp complex psychological concepts easily. Now let's take a good look at the key themes in the book. 1. Embracing change. Who Moved My Cheese emphasizes the inevitability of change and the importance of adapting to it. The book prompts readers to question their resistance to change, encouraging them to overcome fear and embrace new opportunities. 2. Letting go. Johnston underscores the significance of letting go of the past and not clinging to old habits or beliefs. By doing so, individuals can open themselves up to new possibilities, new things, and new experiences. Third thing is taking action. The book emphasizes the need for proactive behavior. So instead of waiting for change to happen, why don't you take action? The characters who succeed are those who take initiative and actively seek out new cheese. As the saying goes, don't let life to happen to you. Why not happen to life instead? The fourth one is mindset shift. Johnson further highlights the impact of one's mindset on navigating change successfully. By maintaining a positive and open-minded attitude, individuals can better adapt to new circumstances and overcome obstacles. All these themes signifies lessons to be learned from this amazing read. Please, over to you, Shakira.
Thank you, Aisha, for that insightful analysis of the book. Moving further on the book, I will be talking about the book, Who Moved My Cheese, Strength. For everything that has a strength, I'll be talking about the book's strength. Its strengths include 1. Simplicity. The book's allegorical approach simplifies complex concepts, making it accessible to a wide range of readers. The straightforward storytelling style allows the reader to easily relate to the characters' experiences. Number 2, we have practicality. Who Moved My Cheese offers practical advice on how to navigate change effectively. Johnson provides actionable steps and thought-provoking questions that encourage readers to reflect on their own lives and make positive changes. Universal applicability. The book's themes are universally relevant, making it valuable for individuals in various stages of life and across different professions, whether in personal relationships, career transition, or organizational change. The principles outlined in this book can be applied to any context. Its engaging format. The book's concise length and engaging narrative make it an easy and enjoyable read. The relatable characters and their journey create an emotional connection, enhancing the reader's understanding and retention of the key messages. But for everything that has its weakness, that is strength, there is always a weakness for everything. So moving further, I'll be analyzing the weakness of the book, Who Moved My Cheese. We have 1, a simplistic approach. While the allegory simplicity is a strength, some readers might find the book lacking in depth, craving more complex analysis. Number 2, we have limited context. The allegory might not address all aspects of navigating change, such as coping with profound loss or systematic challenges. Personally, while reading this book, it made me first think deeply, then laugh because, as implied in the book, page 83, you change when you're finally able to laugh at yourself. Comparison, I'll be comparing this book to other similar books of like natures, self-help literature like that of written by Charles Duhigg, The Power of Habit, and Carol S. Dweck's Mindset. Johnson's work stand out for its simplicity and focused exploration of single concepts, while the other titles delve into broader psychological and behavioral factors. Who Moved My Cheese excels in offering a concise, memorable lesson about adapting to change. It is very, very bad to read a book without actually applying it to our lifestyle. So, practical application of the book. How do you get the best out of this book? By applying it to your lifestyle, how you relate in the world, and how you move forward in life. 1, we have embrace change. Recognize that change is inevitable and continuously seek opportunities for growth and adaptation. 2, let go of the past. Release attachment to old routines and beliefs that may hinder progress. Focus on the present and future possibilities. 3, take action. Be proactive in pursuing new opportunities and be willing to step out of your comfort zone. About this take action, I would like to tell you guys about one of my recent experiences I had. So when the Daytopia competition started, our first phase I was unable to present due to bad network in my school. What did I do? I didn't let the bad network perception pull me down. I didn't let that discourage me. I asked for that. I made findings where we have very, very good network, and I found out that there's no good network in the school. What else will I do? I made sure that I went outside of my comfort zone. I went off campus, and I'm presently off campus now, presenting this review. 4, maintain a positive mindset. Cultivate a positive attitude towards change, viewing it as an opportunity for personal and professional development. Over to you, Aisha.
Thank you so much for that insightful information, Shakira. So we didn't just wake up one morning and decide that Who Moved My Cheese was the best book ever read. But we decided this because it is the best book ever read. I mean, out of 10 teams today, 3 decided on the same book. And a survey shows that 80% of people agree to recommend this book to anyone, anytime, any day. What better way to ascertain our claim on its status? Now let's take a look at the ratings. Who Moved My Cheese received 4 out of 5 stars for its timeless wisdom, accessibility, and ability to prompt introspection. While its simplicity might not resonate with everyone, its impact on cultivating a more adaptable mindset remains invaluable. Also named the #1 international bestseller with over 28 million copies in print. My God, with a 4-star rating according to Goodreads.com, with over 453,844 ratings and 16,077 reviews. And not just that, it also rates 5-star on aberbooks.com. Moving on, Patience.
Isn't this amazing? I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, whenever I read Who Moved My Cheese, there's always something to take to heart. There's always a new insight on the concept of change. I mean, the book is like a timeless guide that encourages reader to embrace change, no matter how difficult it may seem. So Johnson's allegory provides a stepping stone for personal growth and adaptability. By acknowledging the strengths and weaknesses of this book, readers can glean valuable insights while recognizing its scope limitations. Therefore, my team and I highly recommend this book to everyone out there, irrespective of your age, your gender, and even profession, if indeed you truly want to navigate life circumstances with a positive mindset, as it is a must read. So I want you to reflect on this. Are you a sniff, a scory, a hem, or a whore? Do you want to remain a hem who keeps asking, who moved my cheese? Or a whore who moves with a change? So my team and I actually surveyed 10 people, and 90% agreed to have read this book. 100% said they would recommend this book to anyone at any time, and 90% attested to how interesting this book is. And guess what? Only 10% didn't find the book too interesting, but absolutely nobody, I mean nobody, actually agreed that this book isn't interesting. And this shows that it is indeed a must read. So you do something for me. Kindly check out the chat box. There is a link for the best book ever read, which is, of course, Who Moved My Cheese? My name is Patience Obande, and this is Team Dynastia. Thank you very much.
Patience. Now wow. I think you killed the last part with your voice. You've got a very good presentation voice, like a broadcasting voice. So you and testimony should key into that. Testimony, you need to change your focus to something else and focus on another focus, because that your voice cannot be wasting as an accountant. Patience, what are you studying in school?
Sociology, ma.
You see, you people that you are meant to be in mass media, mass communication, all those courses, you are wasting time with accounting and sociology. You just waste your voices. Anyways, good presentation. I'm not even sure what to say, and the reason I'm not sure what to say is because there are a lot of you that are presenting this same book, so it's a bit annoying, and I will talk about that later on. About how I felt about the titles coming from everybody. But so I don't say too much. I will call on other judges to give you their feedback. Dr. Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ejimake. You can stop sharing now. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to say first of all, great presentation. You guys have strong presenters, just like the other teams that we've mentioned. So well done. I love the voice. I put good start from this. Initially, I put good start, and then I canceled it. I put perfect start because it was just the start was just that good. The introduction was that good. But it's just that you dragged it just a bit too much, but it was still really good. Because why I said that is because when Aisha uh, continued from where you stopped, she still touched on a bit uh, of the things that you already had uh, summarized for us. So you could have just cut that part and then let Aisha continue on that note. But anyway, it was a really good start. I loved it. Starting with a personal experience. It just eased me into the book. I really loved it, and that was one thing I really held on to. Explaining about why how it relates to Who Moved My Cheek, the book. And I love the fact that Bukhari also now talked about personal experience, how she was able to, how she was challenged by a previously poor network, and then she moved out of her comfort zone to now say, you know what, I'm going out of campus today to make sure that I help my teammates as much as possible. And this is something that I've talked about before, that try to rehearse and practice. You can't have poor network this phase, the second phase, and still stay in the same place and expecting the network to be good for the third phase, right? It's not an excuse that your network is poor.
And then they come and present on Who Moved My Cheese.
And then,
they do the same thing and then come and present on Who Moved My Cheese.
So yeah, so that's but I love the fact that you critique the book as well. I love to see critique. No book is perfect. There will be some things that you don't agree with most times. So I love the fact that you put that, and then you compare the book again to another book that is very similar. So if I'm thinking, okay, this is a really good book, and I've read it, I know it's a really good book, but you've also mentioned a couple of other self-help books that can help me in that same way as Who Moved My Cheese. So I love the comparison. Good summary, good slides. Well done to the team. It's just the fact that I was telling Dr. Arejumoke that a lot of the book titles shouldn't have been approved because it should be just one. But she said because of the fact that you guys submitted the title a day before, she didn't want to disorient the team or something. But anyway, well done. The fact that someone presented it before, I still enjoyed the presentation, but well done to you guys. Really good presentation.
And the only reason why you enjoyed it is because the people that presented the Who Moved My Cheese first did not move their cheese, or they did not follow the moving of the cheese. So that's the reason. So these people kind of move their cheese better. So that's just okay. It's a joke, but I believe you get the joke anyways. All right. Congratulations and good job to you guys. Yeah, you did a better job at presenting it. Okay, so because we've spent too much time, I want us to move to the next team, which is the last team, actually. It's Team Excellence. So the thing there is that on the scoreboard, the three teams are going head to head, and I think they are the last three teams that's funny. At least actually they are actually the last three teams. So that's Team Metrics, Team Dynastia, and Team Excellence. So the three teams have been going head to head. The thing about Team Dynastia and Team Excellence is that they are presenting on the same thing. So it's a bit tricky. So let's see who did it or who does it better. All right, your time starts once you start speaking, Team Excellence.
All right, good afternoon. Please, before we start, I would like to apologize. I would not be able to turn my camera because I had to do a last-minute switch of location, and this place is a bit dark.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you. All right, I'm ready now. I have a question.
When you are.
I have a question for you guys. What would you do if you weren't afraid? While we wait for you to drop your answers in the comment section, I want to share a story with you. Recently, I met an ex-colleague from 6 years back. As at then, she was a recent graduate, working as a secretary while I was working in the cleaning section. We got lost in the conversation and she told me she was looking for a job and I should be on the lookout for her. I told her I would, and then she asked, "Where do you intend to work after school?" I replied excitedly, "One of the big accounting firms, of course." She grinned and said, "Let me advise you, my dear. There are no jobs out there. Just study well and settle for a teaching job. If you're lucky, you can get a government teaching job. There you have job security. Working in an accounting firm is like asking for the impossible." My dearest listener, kindly put in the comment section what your key takeaway from this short story is. And if you don't have any, don't panic. You'll get your clarity within the next 10 minutes. Good evening, Daytopians. My name is Halira Hussein, and with my excellent team members, we'll journey you through the topic, Navigating the Labyrinth of Change, using the book, Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson, which is an old book, but still retains its relevance. Dr. Spencer Johnson, born in 1938 and died in 2017, was a physician, author, and speaker, known for his contribution to personal development and leadership literature. He co-authored the best-selling book, The 1 Minute Manager, and gained international recognition for his ability to convey complex ideas in an accessible and engaging manner. Who Moved My Cheese is one of his most well-known books. The book is a motivational fable published in 1998. It presents a thought-provoking parable that offers valuable insights into navigating change and uncertainty through a simple and relatable narrative. The genre of Who Moved My Cheese falls under motivation and self-help literature. The book uses a fictional narrative to deliver insightful lessons about adapting to change. The primary purpose of this book is to provide readers with strategies and insights for effectively dealing with change in both their personal and professional lives. It would interest you guys to know that this book was in response to some events. There are some societal factors that influence the writing of this book. However, we will be taking you through a few of them. The first one is rapid change in the business world. In the late 90s, there was a significant change in the business landscape due to a rapid advancement in technology and other factors. Many industries were experiencing disruption, and the concept of change became a central theme. Also, self-help and motivational literature. In the late 90s as well, there was a surge in self-help and motivational literature book that offered insights into personal development and adaptability. This book responded to this trend by providing a simple but impactful version of the books. Others include simplicity in communication, management and leadership philosophy, and lastly, corporate culture and employee mindsets.
Who Moved My Cheese was centered on the theme change and adaptation. The story revolved around 4 characters, 2 mice and 2 little people who search for cheese within a maze every day. Sniff detects changes early and adapts by taking action, while Scurry reacts promptly to change without dwelling on the past, and resists change and clings to the past. He doesn't want to change. Imagine, why all learns how to adapt when he ever says something better. Cheese in this context represents what we strive for in life, while maize represents where we search for whatever we want. While the mice saw cheese as sustainers, the little people attributed deeper meanings to cheese. More so, they are driven by emotions and thoughts. Upon discovering cheese in Cheese Station C, the mice, Sniff and Scurry continued their preparedness. They inspected the area to see if there's any sign of possible change. However, the little people, M and O, got relaxed and pulled their running gears away. The thing they are entitled to the cheese, since it took them a long while before they could be able to locate Cheese Station C, according to page 8 of the book. As the time passed, the cheese in Station C eventually depleted. In response to this, Sniff and Scurry promptly embarked on a quest to locate new cheese. understanding that change is inevitable, and after some unsuccessful attempts, they found cheese again in cheese station N. It will interest you that M and O, on the other hand, they struggled and resisted the loss. They believed that the cheese was moved and wanted it back. M was, who moved my cheese? So they kept resuming to the cheese station, see every day hoping that it's going to be returned. But at a point, all started to accept the change. And he started to realize that, oh, there's a need to adapt. So he wrote down a thought on the wall. This is evident on page 15 of the book. He said, if you do not change, you can become extinct. Then he laughed and announced, it's mesh time. On his journey, he began to recognize the importance of change and imagine himself finding and enjoying the cheese. This thought gave him inspiration and strength, although he still has some sort of fear of the unknown. So he posed a question to himself again, evident on page 16. What would I do if I weren't afraid? So he came to realize that the cheese had been taken over time, just that they have not been taking note of it. Us journey taught him the value of adaptation and personal growth. He even shared his newfound cheese with his friend, according to page 21, who stubbornly refused change. He didn't get the cheese from him. On the third, all continued his exploration and stumbled upon an abundance of cheese in cheese station N, where he found Snip and Scurry, who were initially proactive. As a symbol of his readiness for change, instead of throwing his shoes away now, he tied them around his neck and took charge of his new environment. Ultimately, the story underscored the significance of embracing change and overcoming fear, reminding us not to be held back from discovering new cheese in our lives. Fellow Daytopians, what character best describes you among these 4 characters? Kindly put your answers in the comment section while Okpe takes us through the lessons from the story.
Having listened to the plot of the story, now we'll examine the life lessons derived. Firstly, change is the only constant thing. Like it's the movement of the cheese is inevitable, and this shows that whether we like it or not, change is bound to happen. Moving on, visualize an end goal. Page 12 of the book tells us that all imagined how good it would be for him to. This points out that having a picture of the end goal makes us feel good and confident that we could find all the good things that comes with finding a new cheese. Instead of thinking of what you could lose, why don't you think of what you could gain? Further, it is essential to recognize the importance of mentorship. For Snip and Scurry, they did not leave any tray for M and O. As much as they were being proactive and adapted to change, they did not carry M and O along. However, for all, it didn't just leave. The author made us know in the page 18 of the book that all wrote some writings on the wall in many places to serve as a marked tray for M to follow through the maze if he ever chooses to leave the cheese station C. We also need to understand that as much as we can't force people into finding their own new cheese, we could always leave a guide, direction, or mentorships like the Daytopia Mentoring Network to help others navigate through the maze and discover a new cheese. Moving forward, when you find yourself a cheese, do not get too comfortable. Pay attention to small changes. In page 8 to 10 of the book, M and O's confidence grew into arrogance. This is the same as many people having attained a certain height in life. They refuse to develop, grow, and experience new opportunities. It is important to observe, evaluate, and be more alert to sense when change was going to occur. Lastly, you are not too old for change. In page 13 of this book, M said, I am too old for change. This is similar to the cases of people who feel they are too old in age to embrace change. Therefore, they decide to wait at a spot for the cheese to come to them. We need to know that there are people who, despite their old age, embrace change. One of them is Eric Yuan, who founded Zoom video communications that everyone right now is using to connect. Also, Conor Alland founded KFC, one of the largest restaurant companies in the world, at the age of 65. You are not too old for change.
All right. Having read the book Who Moved My Cheese by Dr. Spencer Johnson,
We all agree with me that the book has its own strength and criticism, as stated by some readers. Some of the strengths as stated by the readers you can see on the slide are, firstly, simplicity and accessibility. The book will use simple and relatable parable to convey its message, which making it more accessible to a wide range of readers. Secondly, the book also engaging narrative. The story engage reader using characters and their experience to illustrate the challenge of change. Thirdly, universal relevance. The book, which center theme of adapting to change, resonates with readers from various backgrounds and professions. And lastly, practical lesson. The book provided practical strategy for dealing with change, encouraging readers to be proactive and embrace new opportunity. But as much as the book is widely appreciated, as we can all agree, it is not without a criticism. So what are the criticisms of the book? Well, as you can see on the right slide, firstly, lack of depth. Some critics argue that they oversimplify the complexity of change and fail to explore the nuance and challenge that people may face in real life situations. Moving forward, overemphasis on acceptance. The book message of accepting change as inevitable can be interpreted as passive, potentially neglecting the importance of critical thinking, creativity, and proactive problem solving. Thirdly, limited scope. The parable primarily focuses on adapting to change in the working place, which may limit its applicability on other areas of life. Lastly, lack of diversity. As you can all agree with me, the book character and their experience are limited in diversity, which may make it less relatable for readers from diverse backgrounds. As you can see from the name of the character, is mainly focused on gender male. So expanding the range of character and their experience would have increased the book inclusivity and make it more relatable to a broader range of readers. But while acknowledging those limitations and criticism, it is important to recognize that the book Who Moved My Cheese serves as a starting point for individuals to reflect on their approach to change and adaptability. It offers practical insight and encouraging readers to develop their own strategy in embracing and navigating change effectively.
Certainly, everyone has been in a situation where they were either or, hem, sniff, or scurry. Severally, I've found myself in all of these characters. Sometimes I'm or, and some other time I'm like sniff and scurry. This will lead me to direct my question to my esteemed teammate Gafar. Gafar, can you please share with us how you've been able to sniff for a new cheese and adapt to change?
Oh, thank you so much, Okwe. Actually, I do envisage change. However, I end about it a lot. I dwell too much in my existing knowledge. Like, it gives me a kind of confidence that, oh, I can always scale through. But sometimes when I set out for change, I got so carried away by the amusement that is engulfed in the numbing stages of it. So I used to forget that the journey isn't always smooth, you get. So it gets me knocked out. Like I get stuck most of the time. But one thing I've come to realize is I am missing the fact of positivity. Yeah. So seeing that big picture and initializing it just like all did is what I need to integrate in my doings. You get. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. That's amazing how you've been able to sniff if your cheese is getting old and search for a new cheese. In addition, we made an extra effort to get people's opinions on change. We got 14 responses on how they react when faced with change in their personal lives. 42.9% of them initially resist change but eventually adapt, while 42.9% of them equally embrace changes and adapt quickly. 7.1% feel anxious, not overwhelmed for a while, and then adapt to change, while others feel anxious or overwhelmed by change. Further, we proceeded to ask them about the factors that influence their willingness to embrace or resist change. The desire for stability and familiarity influences 21.4% of them, and also the level of control over changes is a factor that influences 21.4% of them. As shown on this chart, 50% of our respondents are influenced by the fear of the unknown, just like in page 15 of the book, where the fear of the unknown kept M and O at the same position. These people are yet to find the courage to move past their fears and doubts.
In conclusion, Remember the story I told you when I started? Sorry I left you in suspense. I'm sure now you will be able to identify that my colleague has the personality of him. As much as being a teacher is not bad, it should not be the only option. It's obvious that she's stuck in her bubbles and has refused to change with the trend, which has shaped her thinking pattern. We hope that this book would be your roadmap to positive change, encouraging you to proactively seek new opportunity, challenge status quo, and ultimately achieve a state of enduring success and fulfillment. We recommend that you read this book because it's been proven to be effective over the years. Before we wrap up, here are some key takeaways we have for you. First, see what you're doing wrong, laugh at it, change and do better. Also, some people never change and they pay the price for it. And also we have, it's better to be late than never. There are others on the screen for you guys to explore. Thank you all for listening. We're Team Excellence and it's been a good ride with you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Good presentation. Afar, don't mind Mr. Ridwan. Yeah, let's talk afterwards. I hope David is not on the call. All right, good job. I'm going to call on Adetayo to give you feedbacks with regards to your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Well done, Team Excellence. You really showed excellence in your work. I really commend you. Can you please put on the slide so that I can quickly refresh myself of what you've done? So one thing I noticed at the end is good point summary. You did a very good point summary. You had good slide, I must comment. The fact that you were not using pictures that doesn't relate to the story is also a good one. I like the picture of this mice and the other mouse you showed, Sniv and Scurry, and I love that. I like the fact that you also critiqued the book, that you stated the negative of this, and it was obvious that you read the book. Good job, good job, good job. However, there was a point whereby you guys were getting carried away in the presentation. I just wanted to watch that, but above all, you did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetayo. Thank you very much. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any feedback for the team?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, this is an excellent presentation, like Mr. Adetayo said. I really loved it. It's probably my favorite presentation on this book, honestly, because, and I'll explain why. First of all, I love the team synergy. I've always noticed the team synergy with this Team Excellence, the way you guys come in, always for you, and always putting in your best, and the way you guys change your status on the profile picture on the Zoom to Team Excellence, and it just shows a lot of team synergy, and the way you pass the baton on to the next presenter and then the person continues from there, you go back and forth with it. I really love it. I've been following this team, really good team synergy. Great slides, Dr. I said Dr. Ejumoke and Mr. Julius said it already, that it's I love the fact that you're using good simple slide and the pictures are really nice. Also, you referenced a lot the pages. I love it. Another thing I like about this presentation is that you didn't spend too much time on the introduction. You dived straight into the book, and you really pointed out the lessons, which I really loved. And the fact that for each lesson you mentioned personal experiences, and even after you had done that, you still went on to have a panel discussion about the general takeaways and how it's related to your personal lives, which I felt was great. And the one that I really loved is the fact that you carried out a research. Not only did you carry the research out, you analyzed the research, you explained what the numbers were saying, the charts were saying, you analyzed it, and then you referenced it back to the book, that relating this from these results, you went back to the book and said, this is what the book said, and this is what our result is saying. So this means that this, which shows critical thinking and critical analysis. So I really loved that part. Yeah, to me, you did justice to the book. So I want to say well done, and great presenters. We won you, Alirat, Gafar, Ernest, and Opayem. You guys are really good presenters. Well done to you guys. I really loved it.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. Again, one thing I just liked about the presentation is the transitioning between each team members. I feel like that was really, really nice. The way you were able to transition amongst each other. And good job. You gave a good summary. With I think the only thing that Team Dynastia did that let their presentation down a bit was the fact that they put in some pictures within their slides that, again, I was just thinking, as at the time when they were presenting, that it was difficult for me to find a correlation within those illustrations or those images and what they were talking about. So it was a little bit distracting, the illustrative images that they added in their slides. But you had images that were directly related to what you're talking about, which is good. So good job. Okay, so we've come to the end of today's presentation. So I think I need to address there's something that's been in the mind of everyone, and somebody has sent me a message asking about it, why. So I think because I was away, I wasn't there when the panel was held. I'm going to call on Dr. Yusuf to shed more light on that. So I got 2 people sending me messages that there was a team that didn't present last week, and then that was meant to be an automatic disqualification, but they found out that the team is here to present again today. So because I wasn't on the panel when they had that conversation, I would ask Dr. Yusuf to, because I felt like it's good to address it so that everyone knows why. Dr. Yusuf, are you?
Oh yeah, thank you, Dr. Adejumoke. So we had 2 teams that were eliminated from the competition. The first team was automatic elimination, which was because they did not present at all in the last phase. So if you don't present at all in the last phase, it's automatic elimination. But and the other one was because they had some issues within the team, which was, we tried to address it, but it was still inherent within the team. So they had, and then it showed in their performance because only 2 presenters came in. So the only the team, the board came together, and then the decision was made to also eliminate that team. So 2 teams were eliminated. However, Daytopia, we always try to, this is a platform for self-development, right? Because of one mistake or the other, we don't say, right, sorry, there's no coming back for you. So we clearly stated within the email we sent to the group members for both teams that, although they are eliminated, but if they can come back and say, and give us a strong argument as to why they should continue with the competition and what they plan to do differently, just to make sure that people are given the chance to learn from their mistakes and, further develop themselves. We make mistakes, and that's fine. But it was only, well, the other team, they said, they accepted it, but the team that had automatic elimination, they came back to say, well, this is the reason why they no one came to present at the second phase, and this is how we plan to move forward. So upon the strong arguments, they were given another chance, but unfortunately for the other team, they accepted the decision, and so that team remained eliminated. So that is why we have the other team now presenting today, because of the fact that they came back to say, they fought for their place and they wanted to still be in the competition. So I guess that explains it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. So can I just say that I wish everyone was here, but apparently we only have a few people on the call left. So everyone did well. Forget some of the jokes that I make or some of the side comments that I make. It's not to attack anyone. It's not to make anyone feel bad. Everyone did well. The fact that you're here, the fact that you're presenting, you did well to be here. And I just want to appreciate and acknowledge everyone for every day putting in their efforts, coming in and just, putting their heart out and doing the best that they can. So congratulations to everyone. Good job to everyone and well done to everyone. So we have the last phase next week. Oh, I know that everyone is excited. All those of you that have been giving excuses, I have a lot on my table, I have a lot of things I can't juggle, I can't do. At least now we're coming to the end of the competition. Can I just say this? So I was really not happy when I realized that we have 3 people, presenting on the same topic. It doesn't even put you in a good place, because you can imagine at the time that Team Excellence was presenting on this Who Moved My Chairs, I was already getting tired about hearing that book or hearing that presentation. It wasn't that they didn't do it from a different perspective, they didn't do it well. It was just that, when you keep hearing the same thing all over and over again, it gets kind of boring, and so it takes a lot. You need to put in a lot to actually stand out from every other one that has presented. So that's the disadvantage of having to present on the same thing. If not that, I although I was a bit busy, so I wasn't able to hammer on the title, but I don't even understand why anyone will be sending their book title on Friday. I don't get it, because this is something that that you're going to present from Sunday, and then you should have started reading it, from that time. So I just didn't want to send anybody back and no, go and go and change your book, because obviously that's going to disorient a lot of teams. So I decided to be quiet about it. But it's not meant to be. It's usually the reason why we review the topics, or we ask you to send them early, so that if it's not well drafted, if it's not aligning with the theme of what we're doing, you can easily still have time to go and change it back. So I'm saying this so that you don't make the same mistake with the final phase. Please, 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 all topics should be sent in latest on Wednesdays. Please, latest on Wednesday. Anybody that sends, and I know not everybody is here, but please, if you know any other person that is not here, please let them know. On Wednesdays, please do send your topics in. If you don't send it on Wednesdays, I'll personally deduct marks from your final scores. Not because of anything, but also it's stressful for me. You can imagine I was collating titles and topic as at 1 a.m. this morning, and that's not fair. That's not fair on me. I can't keep doing that. If I'm going to be working on anything, it should be my personal project, not because you guys have decided to leave things till last minute. Some people sent their topics in, I'm telling you, 8 p.m. yesterday night. 8 p.m. yesterday night. They were just sending their topics in. Somebody actually sent theirs actually 10 o'clock. So just topical. And then it took them like forever to even send down the slides. So I'm not even sure what they are doing. So please, guys, it's not nice. So please send in your topics by your business proposal topics by Wednesdays. If you need to talk about to get more insights, I think we should have a briefing on Thursday so that we can talk about what is needed, what you need to add, or if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Dr. Yusuf, do we have any final comments from you? Dr. Yusuf, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah.
This phase, to be honest, really good presenters this phase, and I personally was one of the mentors that was really confused with regards to the top presenter for this phase. Too many really good presenters, strong presenters this phase. So I just left it for the other mentors to decide the top presenter, because we had a lot of really good presenters. But I want to say to all the teams that have really seen progress in over the course of the 3 phases, well done. It's about progress, right? It's about trying to do better than you did the last time. So I'm hoping that the last phase, you are giving it everything. Every day counts from now, right? You can rest today and get straight back to your team tomorrow and try to see how you can make the best make the best presentation on Saturday, next Saturday. So I want you guys to really put in the effort for next Saturday. It would be a very interesting phase. So well done to everyone. I'll announce the top presenter and then the board, the results shortly on the WhatsApp group. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And to judges, our mentors, can I just please appreciate you all for being here. It's a voluntary work, and then you guys have put in your hearts to it just to come and impact knowledge out of your busy schedule. You've kept on pushing to be here. We just want to appreciate you, starting from Mr. Ridwan, our honorable, and to Adetayo, thank you so much, to Paul, to Shubi, to Sarah, and to everyone here that has support. I'm sorry, it's a long list. I can't name everyone, but thank you so much for your support, and we do appreciate it. All right, we'll see again next week. To the team leaders, we see on Thursday. Team leaders, if you cannot be there on Thursday, please do send a representative within your team to represent you. It's okay. The whole team can join. They can be there. It's not limited to team leaders alone. So if you want everyone to be there within your team, send the link to your team and everyone can join if they want to. Usually when everyone joins, we realize that different people get different perspective from the meeting, and everybody's able to ask 1 or 2 questions, even from within the same team. So it's not limited to team leaders only. So anyone can join the briefing on Thursday. All right, now, please do start working on it as from today. Trust me, you need time to work on it. All right, bye-bye. Take care. Enjoy your weekend.